2, 3. Talking 1, 2, 3. For my volume, people always ask for me to be turned up. So.
Okay, I got you. Wait, the desktop. Why isn't it? Yeah. Well, no, I meant like it's not it's not detecting you. So I might. Yeah.
That is your headphones.
Oh. I'm like that. That would make sense, huh? Oh. Try now?
Hello?
There you are. Okay. Oh my god. You know, it's funny. I do this every time.
Girl, you're killing me right now.
I know. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. Today is long. Okay, today's long. There's more people in this wokecast thing. I'm about to make more room, right?
Yeah, there's more ass names. Okay, yeah. Let me pull all this shit up.
Okay, so let me just type it right away. Like, oh my god, oops.
Yeah, pull up the Patreon. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I sent you the stuff, the graphics and stuff
for
this week.
Yep, perfect. I actually have it already set in the OBS as well.
Nice. We're good to go this week. I'm trying. We're improving. Listen, it took some time, but we're there. I like it.
But I'm still gonna have you read them off though, because that's a lot for me to pull that up right now, and it would mess up the stuff. Can you still read it? Or anything?
The names?
Yeah.
Okay, read off to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Let's just put. Do you want to do everyone's names? Or you just want to do $10? I'll do $10 plus. So it's Chris, Dominic, Rel, Cybers, and Fistigat.
Oh, okay.
So Chris is our Chris. Oh yeah, Fistigat. Yeah.
Yeah, I just put Fisty.
Rel, Dominic, Cybers, Sharpie. Perfect. Yeah, yep. Fisty.
Fistums. Ask him Fistums.
And that should be good. That should be good. Everyone else is just a $5 pledge, so it's okay.
Perfect.
I like those red theme though. It's nice. Oh, I didn't make our overlay red. I should make our overlay red today, shouldn't I? So it matches everything. Should I do that?
Go for it. Tam! Yes, if you want to. I should have probably worn red for this. I didn't think about it. Hi, Tam! I'll make sure I think our bars are even. Let me pull you up a little bit more. There you go.
Oh, we should do whatchamacallit? Everybody like wear red and share it on Twitter and be like, stand up.
Yeah. Oh my god. We should do that. And there's so much to talk about, by the way, today, because like
we got so much to talk about today. I didn't even stream today, dude, because I was supposed to stream from like 8 a.m. to some time, and like I couldn't go live. I was just so paralyzed. Like I literally was laying in bed holding my breath when I saw them arrest that reporter. And
yes,
they arrested that reporter and they put him behind the police line, and there's no car there, so they weren't putting him in a car. I was like, if they put him to the ground, I started crying. So they better not put him to the ground. If they put him to the ground, I swear to God, it's over. Like, I'm done. Like, I'm done for the day. And like I was just praying to God they would not put him to the ground. Like, please, right? And then it's like super fucking delayed. They like arrested the rest of the crew
afterward, but he was first. You notice he was the first person
they wouldn't, and I bet you they wouldn't have even arrested the rest of the crew until they realized, oh shit, we need to save face. We arrested the only black guy here. Like, come on.
And if he was the only one there, they wouldn't even thought twice about it. Or if he was, yeah, it's very. Hold on, let me remove the Snipebot thing and disable it because I was promoting the Yoshimitsu highlights. That was my fault. Let me just.
The Boshi gotta be shared. I feel it.
Let me get the Nightbot thing in. Which I did love doing. That was fun, but I disabled everything else too. Commands. Okay, disabled. Good. Okay. Actually, let me disable that. I don't want to put my Twitter. I don't need to put any of that. Disable. Okay, that's good. And commands are different. I mean, commands are better. All right, we're good. Thanks for the host. Oh, I guess I should probably tell Twitter, huh? All right, let me tell.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm literally typing it out right now.
All right, good. Let's go. Yeah, but there's a lot going on. There's a lot. And it's tiring. It's something I was just talking with one of my friends about. And I know we'll be talking about our different viewpoints on it too, because we got some takes.
Yeah, we do have different points for once. Like usually we're agreeing on everything, and the fact that we got something different going on is pretty cool. So, actually, I was talking to Rich about that earlier today. He was like, "Yeah, normally you guys agree on everything, so for there to be like a difference in opinions, it's gonna be really interesting to listen to." So,
Yeah,
cool.
I think it's necessary. You know, it's healthy to have differing opinions. It's not like I'm not for what's going on. It's just your girl's tired. So we'll totally
No,
get into that though.
I actually totally get your perspective. It's just that I have a different one. That's all. So it's like it's cool. Well, like I think we'll both respect each other's opinions on it. Just we're both different views.
Right. No, I'm ready. Nobody change the game, please. Thank you. We want to actually keep that as Tekken 7. There's a reason why. Nobody touch it. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, so the reason why we're keeping it as Tekken 7 for the category, just to expressly put it out there why we're keeping it as that, is because our color doesn't go away when we play a game, right? And the thing is that when we discuss FGC Woke, we talk about what's happening. We're talking about we're talking about the game itself, right? We're talking about the community that we're in. We're talking about the stream that we're a part of. Like I host tournaments every single weekend. I commentate the game. Cuddle plays into the game professionally, and our color doesn't go away. So when we talk about FGC Woke, it is about Tekken. It's also about multiple things outside of that as well. But it also is about Tekken. So that's the reason why we put it under the Tekken category, because it is about that.
They
like
in FGC, like the games and all that, you know, like you said, it doesn't just go away. Thank you for explaining that, because I was like, y'all be changing that title like the moment they shoot too quick.
Like someone in chat brought it up. I was like, oh fuck.
I'm like, Jesus. Come hang out at Hi everyone. How's everybody been holding up? Cuddle. I cannot spell. You know what? I probably should put a cute little photo there, like the one that the ones that used to be the. Okay, let me do that shit. You know what? Let me. If I put the header, like the Black Lives Matter header in there, is that? Can we do that for the FGC Woke?
I mean, listen, we're literally called FGC Woke for a reason.
Oh, okay, man. I just
I was like, I'm like, girl. So we're just woke about non-woke shit. That's
oh my god, I gotta tell you about some. Okay, hold on. We are now live. It's just coming out and I cannot spell. And no. Okay. All right, we're good. Thanks for the host. All right. You know, before we even get into all of the topics of today, I just want to. There's something that I keep on saying, and it just sounds so familiar all the time. It's the why do we have to have politics in our games? Did you
okay?
I'm sure
okay, I have a question. I got a question though. Do you want to start off?
Yes.
Talking about this stuff, and then we'll move into the online stuff after.
Yes.
I feel like that we are gonna just keep like pouncing for it and not doing it. You know what I mean? Like it's like we're gonna be like waiting to do this part the entire time rather than just like do it. You know.
You're right. Yes, please, because your girl can't do this, right? I'm just so like. This reminds me every single time we talk about something. So if somebody's like, "Well, I don't want politics in my games," so human rights or politics. So that what I don't understand how being treated with respect and decency. Anyway, yep. As we wait for the.
Cool, I'm just tweeting right now.
All right, I'm about to put on Facebook too.
Cool. Wish we nailed it. I'm gonna retweet that shit on FGC Woke.
Oh, I need to put we are live because they expected at 7, and that was my fault.
This girl's audio was botched for 50 minutes. I fixed that shit, but we got there eventually. Like it took us 10 years to fix that. I had to update her like 30 times.
It was pretty rough. It was.
So we got here eventually, though. That's what matters. Okay, positivity is the key to success.
True. After a sound After Cuddle, sound delay. Sound delay. Come hang out at. Got it. Share. Let's go. I got that done. We're in there.
So I was picking my Discord, letting them know.
Okay. Actually, yeah, I'll do the same. I'll follow.
Man.
I'm glad you marked all my stuff as red. That would have been hell.
Oh, girl. I looked at the notifications. I'm like, nope.
So funny. I'm gonna ping everyone.
There we go. Whew. Hey, what's up, Java? How's it going?
And then I pinged at everyone. Haha, gotcha. I got everybody. This is how we do this. That's how I invited everybody. I have no regrets.
Can I disagree with the title? Nah, it's just a catchy title. Zefukai, chill. Before he go up in arms, he's
About
like,
what?
He's like, online is not our offline.
Oh.
No, dude.
I would never say for anybody to embrace that. It's just we have no choice.
Listen, exactly.
But I do like the title, though. I really did like the title. I was like,
it's a catchy ass title. Listen.
I was like, I'm gonna type this every single time. I was so happy every single time I typed it. What's good, y'all?
Yeah, just actually is a fact. It's facts. He's like, I smell online.
Oh wait, I should probably put on my bifocals. Wow, I can see. Wow, everything's so clear now. Ooh.
Yo, vision? Damn.
I need to. Oh God, now I gotta go through hell to just get some fucking glasses cleaner at the store. I don't want to do all that. I'm lazy.
Oh, that's a lot of effort. I ain't about that life.
Girl, I've been ordering all my stuff online. All my hair stuff.
It's great. It's so great.
So convenient. And I'm like, I really hope I don't run out. It's not like I go anywhere, so all my stuff lasts a lot longer. I stay in my pajamas all day. Like,
it's like I go anywhere.
Right, girl, and the moment I get to, you ain't gonna see my ass for a week and a half.
Yo, we talked about that on the other podcast.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Hi,
everyone! Oh, I forgot this is the cut version, the rated version.
This is the rated version, yeah. If you guys want to see, by the way, our other podcast, like, so what we do is we do FGC Woke here, then Wokecast is our bonus episode we do each month. And on Wokecast, we are unhinged. We talk about anything. You guys pick our topics. Last week, we got the topic of sex toys. I don't know how it happened, but we got there.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of shit. We talked a little bit about Tiger King. If you guys haven't watched that Netflix documentary, we talked about that a little bit. We talked about just a lot of craziness. We got into some really heated shit at some point. Like, it just, you know us, we always get there at some point. But like, you know, it's a little bit more candid, a little bit more like offbeat than what we normally talk about. And you know, we answer questions that are directly at us from our Patreon supporters. So if you want to check out the Patreon, here's a link to it right now. $5 a month can get you that extra episode. So, but yeah. No, it's good. It's good. No, this is a good time to run the ad. So, before we get started, hi everybody. Welcome to FGC Woke. As we're going to get into today, we want to talk a little bit about the Patreon, which I just shouted out for a brief moment, but let me run it through one more time, run it back for y'all. FGC Woke is a podcast that we run once a month. when things are getting mad crazy in the world. We don't really do like a stagnant date each month. What we do instead is we wait till something shifts and then there's something that needs to be talked about. Rather than kind of going in blankly, we go in with an intent. This time around, we planned out for this one to be about how like just to just to shoot a little bit at Zeph there. How online is the new offline, how we don't have offline events currently, so that all of them are trying to shift to online, and how that's gonna work for this year, going into next year. Um, and then we also have had a lot of crazy stuff go down this week. Um, and as Cuddle and I time and time again talk about, like we are activists within our community, we're activists within online, and we've been fighting the good fight for a very long time now. And now more stuff is coming to fruition. More people are starting to speak up. And we want to discuss that as well today. So that is what we're doing today on FGC Woke. If you want to check out our bonus episode, get into all the kits and caboodles, all the shenanigans, feel free to sub to our Patreon for 5 schmuckaroonies or higher if you choose to. There are a few people who choose to do higher. We greatly appreciate that as well. But you know what? If you can't afford the sub, either way, enjoy this free episode that we do on here for you guys as well. Cool. Next one. And a special thank you to our Patreon supporters. We can pull up that page. Girl, I can't see your screen, so I have to wait till it's delayed. There you go. Yeah. Cool. Alright, yeah. I have to wait till the delay happens on stream because I can't see it on yeah, but anyway. So I'm just here like, "Did we show it? Is it there?" Yo, so special thank you to our sleep people, Dwayne, Chate, Pastor Herbs, Kyle, Rich Dicks, also our woke people, paying $10 a month, Chris, Dominic, Rel, and Cypress. Also, I'm dead, paying 100 schmuckaroonies a month, Fisty Gat. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for the contribution. Let's head over to the next one as well. Yeah, we got 2 top contributors. So that would be Sharpie. As you guys all know, Sharpie, she is a fantastic member of the FGC. She'll just tell you right now, play some goddamn Skullgirls, okay? She is our number one advocate. I don't care what nobody says, okay? She's like no other. She's a firecracker within the scene. She goes off, she plays her heart out, and she's incredibly talented. And she's also down to always talk some smack, and I'm about that life. So, support our girls. Give Sharpie some love. And on top of that, we also got our other top contributor, which is Fisty Gat. Fisty Gat repping the scene constantly, currently in Japan right now. Love him to death. He's always out here taking care of everybody in the Tekken scene. Whether it be the boys in ATL, whether it be Cuddle when she went to go visit Japan, whether he's taking care of me because I'm a baby. Like, listen, this guy out here taking care of all of us. He's so supportive. He's so supportive. Even though he won't take a goddamn picture. Like, it's a dude, that man will not take a picture. It's a struggle. I said, listen, boy, next time I see you, we taking selfies. You're gonna have to hold that. Like that's the way it is. Listen, he's getting another set of piercings. I'm like, if you don't show those off in selfies with me, I'm gonna be pissed. Like, how dare you? Like you've been dazzled up and you're not showing it off? Ridiculous. Anyways, if you want to get to know us like that, feel free to join our Patreon, which also gives you exclusive into our Discord, which is the FGC Woke Discord. Done only through subbing through our Patreon, and get to talk to us constantly there because we're always in there, always bustling about, talking to everybody, and talking that good schmackaroonies, talking about what's going on in the world, and also just shooting the breeze, talking about life. So there you go. What's the next slide? Oh, yeah, okay, so, uh, Titan Monthly, yeah, basically, it's just an Excel online monthly, what I did it for last month. I didn't really do it for this month yet. I haven't really planned it out, to be honest, just because there is so many other online events going on, but I will be bringing it back around. I might do a PS4 version just because PS4 isn't getting much love recently, so we'll see what happens, but I'll give more details on that later on, but for now, I just want to leave way for Combo Breakers online events, for Evo's online events, and just let the big guns take over that stuff. So we'll see what happens for that. Next one. Perfect. All right, so we're good to go. All right. So let's get Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So we're gonna actually show one more thing. Speaking of Sharpie earlier is one of our top contributors. She is gonna be an ad is gonna be play quickly of her. So you guys can get to know a little bit about Black content creator within the scene. Is it playing? What's going on? A little? Cuddle with Technology 101 is what this is. I hope y'all understand what I feel some days, okay? This is exactly what I go through with cuds, okay? Yeah, they should be good. Yeah, they're good, they're good, yeah.
Look, if you touch me 2 times and I'm still alive, don't fucking talk to me. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Don't fucking come for me. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, let me. Okay, that was. Oh, I got it.
You're all proud of you. We got there eventually. That's what matters.
All right.
We survived. We survived. All right, so what is going on, baby boos? Welcome to FGC Woke, a podcast hosted here by Alicia X Life and Cuddle Core. We're going to be talking about crazy ass topics as we usually do each time. We do this once a month for free for all of y'all, just to show you some love. We also do one paid version that is $5 a month or higher if you decide to pledge higher. Over on Patreon, if you want to check that out, make sure you go check that out. FGC Woke on Patreon. Yeah, it's an extra bonus episode where you guys get to choose the topics we talk about. We get a little homework each week where we tell you to go watch something and we talk about that in the next episode. So a lot of fun stuff like that going on once a month, bonus episodes over there. So anyways, getting into today's topic, as you know, the title says, this is our 5th episode. It's called Online is the New Offline, though I had one man come in here and already start twitching his eyes, FFI shout outs, but in reality, right? Is that offline this year is unfortunately at a standstill. You know, it's at a standstill because of COVID. And though it's an unfortunate circumstance, it's a better way to keep everybody safe. We're talking a little bit about that. We're going to segue into what Capcom is doing currently in regards to that and all that kit and caboodle. So, Cuddlecore, what do you think about just in general when it comes to online kind of being our staple for the year 2020?
If you would have told me a year ago that this would happen, I would have been like, ha, you're funny. Because I could never picture a community, the gaming community, not having these events every single year. And now that we don't, I'm really starting to think about what the actual state of the community will be come around next year. Will we even have much of one left? I think about that sometimes because the FGC doesn't have a lot of money. And so I think some sponsors, some teams might be kind of at a disadvantage in regards to money because of it. And you know, people are out of jobs because, you know, photographers that were hired for these events, and just there's TO, just anybody who had a you know, like a job at these events, and the players as well. And now it's kind of like we can't really cultivate an international scene, like a very unified scene now because we're all separated again. And so now it's like we all have to kind of find our own way. And now players are really starting to think about, some of them are really having to think about their brand because God knows they weren't thinking about it before. Some of them were not. And they didn't have to because they were like, okay, well, you know, I'll play. But your brand, they were saying this even before this happened, your brand matters. If you're actually trying to do something with this, it's not enough for you to just play. It never is.
That's fact.
Yeah, like it's the package.
And that's the thing too, right? It's like a lot of the time now for a lot of these professional players, they're trying to move into streaming because you just don't have the income from these tournaments that you constantly play and constantly place in. And it's hard because at the same time, it's like, you know, they should be making top dollar, right? They should be making mad bank off this. But the problem is that they haven't built up a community yet. And they don't understand that gameplay can't carry out throughout all of it. That personality doesn't matter. That interaction doesn't matter. But all these things do actually add up. Did you turn off your alerts this time around, Cuddle? I just want to double check on that.
Yes.
Proud of you.
Wait, you didn't see them, right? I mean, they're gone, right?
No, I'm not screen sharing today, but I just wanted to make sure because I saw the bits. I was like, oh shit.
Oh no, we had to turn them off because of some weird glitchy thing that's been happening with Twitch. Thanks for the bees. No.
So it's been absolutely. Let's go wild. Can we want to do the Cuddle Shuffle real quick? I'll make you feel better. Cuddle Shuffle. There we go.
You know, I feel so bad. I turned off everything though. Everything's turned off. So nothing's on. I swear. Like.
Okay. All right.
When I told you I said everything, I made sure I got everything right this time.
You bet. So basically, God, I don't even know where I left off. Damn it, Cuddle.
Oh, no, you were talking about how now players are trying to migrate, more players are trying to migrate into streaming because the tournament money that they're making at these events is not enough, and now they have to think about building up their communities. Is what you were talking about. Yes.
Exactly, yeah. And it's like, it's hard to become an entertainer out of the blue, right? Like, to understand how to, like, captivate an audience besides just gameplay, right? Because listen, watching somebody cook somebody is super fun to watch at the same time, right? But it's hard to feel super invested when, like, there's no longer that cheering or rooting for the person that you're used to having, right? But at the same time, we're getting a lot of online events coming into play, and it's a scary thing because it's like, I mean, let's be real, right? It's taking a very open look at these companies that have terrible netcodes for their games. And Evo basically called that shit out. Evo was like, oh, your netcode's not good enough for us to run this game as an official game this year. And it's like, damn, like, y'all really lost out on Evo.
Actually, let's talk about that because you know what? You know what I found so funny? MK was not at Evo at all. Offline, though. But they said, meet me online, cuz we gonna be in the lineup. And that's what happened. I said, ha! Gotcha.
Got my netcode. Guess I got that netcode.
And then Tekken's over in the corner crying like, I'm like, yeah, we can't even get to play the game online now. We can't even compete against each other. Evo's always hype for Tekken. I was so sad. But that just shows that, you know, you can't, no, of course, like I said, nobody expected this. But you can't neglect something as important as a netcode. Because for things like this, where we're kind of in this state where we can't go anywhere, you want to make sure that your community has something to fall back on.
Yep. And the Switch don't even have an Ethernet port. You gotta buy the adapter for them shits, dude. Like, that's crazy.
Nobody thinks about this stuff. Why?
Like, Smash Ultimate had the highest amount of... Here, I'm gonna pull this up for you guys. I'm gonna pull up raw facts for y'all. Ready for this? As of March 3rd, the last time they updated this stuff on the site for top registrants, they had... Oh, shit, that's the second last time. Where's the last time? They delete the last time one? Damn it, this is the second last time. It was the second... Because the one right after this one shows that Tekken was the second most registered, but it's fine. It's cool. Damn.
Rest in peace, Tekken.
Rest in peace, Tekken, though. top one though, regardless, each time that I saw this post update, is that Smash Ultimate was the #1 registered. So
And now they ain't in there, so
So
what's up with
it's
that? Then we got
I'm
them
just-
spiting herds. That's in there. Also, for all of you trying to say something about them spiting herds, for those of you that are saying it's just a pony game, could you please be nice? People and artists and the developers, they take a lot of time to make these games.
Pony Game is a better netcode than your games, motherfucker. Like, damn.
Like, could you be a little more open? Because it still has like the things like techniques and the meta, like it still exists. Just because it's not big buff men with the rippling muscles fighting each other doesn't mean that it's not a credible fighting game. Fighting games come in all different looks and aesthetics.
That's true.
Them
That's true.
fighting herds, it looks really fun.
Listen. We might all become jabronis after this, but listen, if they got that netcode, baby, best believe
I'm about to
there.
main a cute pony. I'm about to like beat somebody up. Like I'm ready. Hopefully the pony has range because that matters. I want some range on my pony.
Yo, does my pony got projectiles? These are real questions, guys.
Does my pony
They
have
got mixes.
Does my pony have a power crush? Something.
Yo, does my pony got an OD load that I can use online most of the time? Like,
Can I spam said low? Like these things matter.
Yo, wildin'. If you're sleeping on that stuff, this is why we're woke. Okay, this is why we woke.
Like they were so salty. Like I saw people being actually salty about it, and they're like, "This pony game getting put in here." I'm like, "Well, the pony game had better netcode than your shit," but that's okay.
Yo, can we talk about Ralph Facts though? What if they had like the pony game, then they had MK right after that? That's wild.
Actually, they should, because really, polar opposites. I always think about how gruesome it is. Like I still think MK is super gruesome. I've watched that game for years, just people playing it, and I'm like, that shit's still really fucking gruesome.
It just keeps elevating each time. I like the friendship enders; those are really cute. But man, when they like tear out each other's organs, I'm just like, he's already dead. Just let him go.
It's the real overkills for like, So Caliber, when they had them, it never seems, there's no blood, so it's like, okay, like that's just overkill. You just get bodied. No,
yeah,
but like
even like a critical finish back when critical finishes were a thing, like that wasn't even bad. Like that was like whatever. Like you still blow them up, but like critical finishes weren't even a big deal.
Because there's no blood, but MK just everything, And I always say, when I talk about American things, I'm like, that's just it's so American. It's so American the fact that it's super gory, and like it's super action packed, and action-packed gory American films. That's what MK always reminds me of. Facts. But congrats to MK for also making it in as well, because I've seen people kind of like crap on it, but they do love their scene, and they deserve to be in Evo, and that's great that the things kind of change in the sense that they can, and I can't wait to watch, because I don't know if I can watch Tekken because we aren't really having one, but we're gonna have exhibitions, so that's something. I don't know how that's gonna work though. But they have to make sure everybody's like they announced it June 6th, I believe. Anakin versus Pokechop, Sukin versus Peeling, and then Bronson versus Run It Black. Yeah,
which is really, I think it's really cool. I wonder like what the actual prize pots for each of those are gonna be though.
I wish they would have announced that right away, because I assumed there was no prize pot.
Which is even worse, right? Because like, listen, most online tournaments that we host that are monthlies get like 1K, like in prize pot. And if you're telling me that these official exhibition matches aren't getting like at least $1,000,
I'm
sorry.
And wait, and hopefully they do. But you would think they would announce that these players will be playing for, and then they put. I just feel like that's something that increases the hype right away for people. Because when they announced the. Yes, it's an exhibition, but baby,
you can still pay for an exhibition.
Can I
listen,
get some green?
Yeah.
Like
you can see. Yeah, it's not. No one said it's a free exhibition. Like they can still pay. Listen. Average Video Game Joe ran a 2K tournament. Literally, not 2K. Not like the game.
Well, he's not normal. He's got magic.
Listen, $2,000 tournament. Like, come on.
And the winners took all, didn't they? The winners took all.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? If you're in a $2,000 tournament and listen, your name literally got Average Joe in it, and they aren't gonna put up some money, that's it wild. That's it wild. And that's the thing. I'm not trying to be rude about it. I'm not trying to be like, oh man, you should fork up the money. But it's like, listen, you're a company. You're hosting events. You're gonna get a viewership, so you're gonna get profit off the ad revenue at the least, right?
Exactly.
Put in like $200. What's $200?
And
You're already putting in the advertisement campaign. You're already getting the graphics made. You're paying your graphics designers. You're doing all this other work. You're paying your social media team to create a marketing strategy. So what? So like, what are you gonna do? Like, pay the people who are actually performing.
I completely agree. As you know, still there's too many times where fighting game players they don't earn anything. Like, I was talking to one of my friends, and she mentioned, like, she's like, I was at Evo, and I was volunteering, and she's like, you see these players, they make top 8. Well, she's like, why does 7th only get like 100 or something? And she's like, this is crazy. She's like, and for you to be like 7th in the world, and to get not really much of anything, what kind of respect is there given to that player or the players in that bracket? And not just that, because I also think up to 13 as well. Even you got shooters games that they pay up to the 30th place. And I said, because you noticed fighting games, they say, oh, if you're not top 3, if you're not top 8, well, but tell me why in games like those shooters that 1 to 30 still be getting paid hella bank, and they still put that in their bios, like number 15th in this. Why can't we do the same? It's because we're not getting paid the same.
Yep.
Okay, my God. Oh, but yeah, like
no. Like honestly though, like, right, it's so fucked that the discrepancy in just money, right? That's the thing, right? Is that conversation back in 2018, 2017? I don't know if y'all remember those goddamn conversations where it's like, don't turn my FGC into esports, blah, 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 right? And it's like, fuck you, motherfuckers. Like, people trying to make money, okay? Listen, just because your ass goes 0-2 and you want to still feel like you're coming home to the kids doesn't mean that these top players shouldn't be getting paid out. Like, that's the thing, is that's great for you, and I love that you want to feel like you're at home. That feeling doesn't have to leave just because top players are making money now. Listen, let your people eat cake, okay? Listen, we all a little bit chubby out here in 2020. Let them eat cake, motherfucker. There's no problem with that. And that's the problem we're running into, is that, like, people are so determined to have that homespun vibe back in 2018. Not so much now. People are all about the money now. People are like, yo, 200,000 in the Tekken World Tour pod now. It's basically double of what it was last year. That's a great mentality to have, and we got that. Right? We finally had that where people we stopped messing around, and they stopped. When people started getting picked up for teams that were larger organizations, when people started making mad bank, when people got brand deals, instead of being like, oh man, this is so like esports now, it's the opposite. People are rooting for each other. They're like, yo, like, get that bread, baby. Get that bread. And that's just important too. Man.
It is. I think definitely for the players, it was definitely something that's harder sometimes for them to integrate into, because they were so busy training. They're so busy training. They're so busy playing. When do you get the time to really go out? Just, hey, I'm marketable, like that kind of thing. Like putting yourself out there. And it's hard. Because if you haven't really been doing it like that, but you've been training, you've been grinding, you could be a Class A player, but if you're not putting yourself out there, it's like, it's tough. And I think sometimes it's like for people who aren't players, but they're more like there are other types of personalities in the scene. I think it's like I think a lot of them definitely got a head start, because it's like I think they saw the writing on the wall, and even when they weren't, they were putting in the grind, so they know what's up. Like that's what they do. Like to make your stream grow more, like you get those like the deals, the brands and stuff. Like that's their thing. So I think players can definitely use them as an example of like what to do to get, to connect and network.
Also, to like answer like some questions that was going on like in the chat a little bit, I saw people bustling about it. Is that like why do fighting games have less money? Like, why is the player base less? Why is this like, why can't we be one of the major titles out in the world? Like, why are we like, listen, I understand we're never going to be League of Legends, right? We're not going to be MOBAs. MOBAs are different. MOBAs are a whole different category, a whole different beast. Battle Royale is a different beast, right? The reason why they're different beasts, though, is because they're easy concepts for people to understand, and the threshold for talent is very low. Right? I'm not talking about a professional level. I'm talking about a proficient or a base level,
like casual?
Right? Casual. Yeah, so with a casual player going into something like a battle royale, right? You can understand the premise very easily. kill everybody, be the last to survive, right? It's told time and time again in books, in movies, and now you're playing it in a video game. What's the difference? Oh, you got guns this time? Oh, you got spells this time? Like, it doesn't matter. It's the same concept. You understand the concept. When you go into a MOBA, right? Difficult, but the thing that it has like over everything else is the fact that it's marketing strategy. It's a larger game. The player base was focused in Asia first, and then when it was migrated over into other locations, they had a base company that was located within the states that was willing to put in the money in the forefront into it as well. And the threshold for playing was based off of another category. So, for example, we'll take Dota, right? League is basically a Dota ripoff. We all know that from day one. and the thing is that Dota had a massive player base. So League leached off of it. And that's totally fine. It's a MOBA. They're both different games technically. But that's already because it organically had a big player base. The FGC didn't. The FGC is a community for a reason, right? It's a homespun vibe. And that's not a bad thing. There's a reason why it doesn't grow as fast. Is one, the skill level on entry is hard. Also playing online in these games, we don't have servers. We don't have good internet connections like these other games have. Listen, all battle royales have servers. Those servers give it so that you can actually play with minimal ping, with not that much server latency. You'll get some issues here and there where it causes, like, for example, in Valorant's recent closed beta. Sorry, I'm going a little bit of a rant about net stuff. I don't mind, but like we're talking about online. So in Valorant closed beta, there was actually an issue. I don't know if you guys knew about this or not. That they tested out for was that headshots weren't registering because there was server latency between the player and the base in the server, but also when it was relaying information. So headshots wouldn't register. They would flat out just like no reg, which means that there was not even damage applied to the body. They just flat out no reg, which is a massive issue in any shooter, right? So it's things like that deter players from playing the game. Actually, I even know of a large group of people who decided to stop playing in the closed beta, though they had access to it, because of that issue. And that's the thing, is that this problem in the FGC is tenfold, right? Our online is trash. We have no servers. We do player-to-player connections, right? Like, it's disgusting. And how do you expect an online community, online base to grow and to generate more income if you don't invest the income to create a server? And that's the problem.
And that's where we're at. Because, like, there's certain companies, they haven't invested that. They've actually neglected it. They've actually neglected the online part. Like, if we want to talk about Tekken, nobody's touched any of that online problem for a second. It actually got worse. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we're dealing with that, and because it's been unaddressed for so long, our community is really suffering. And right when we were really feeling the success of the growth of the scene, the popularity that Tekken has deserved for years, all for it to kind of unravel, potentially, because of not addressing such a huge problem, which was good connection. Or was it ping?
Yep.
Is it ping?
Yeah. It's like another thing also that's like another issue that comes into it, which I personally think that happens for Tekken and Caliber, is the rank system redone. Like the revamp they did for the rank system. They made it way too easy, way too attainable for people to reach higher ranks. And the best part about a lot of those very challenging games, like let's take League of Legends, for example, right? To hit Challenger and Masters in League, you have to be one of the top in not only like North America, you basically are one of the top in the world at this point. If you're playing at that, you're not even playing at a 0.1%. You're not even playing at 0.00001%. Like it's like you are playing at such a fractional amount of people that there's only a small handful. Listen, Overwatch might be dying right now, but what it did was also correct. It played top 500. There's top 500. Right? That's a whole different mentality. There's GM, there's Masters, there's stuff like that. CSGO, there's Global. Listen, hitting Global isn't that hard compared to other games, but CS has been around for a long time. Though most of your friends are probably going to be in Silver. Like that's the reality of the matter, is that like when it comes to all these games, right, is that they have a clear distinction. There's a reason why you see only pros at a certain level. There's a reason why we see only pros at Grandmaster in League of Legends, right? So what's happening now is that everyone is hitting Tekken God Prime.
I just don't understand because they don't.
And people have like their entire like I'm gonna talk about my boy Invades for a second. Invades has almost the entire roster at Tekken God Prime.
He does.
and that's stupid. like that's the thing, right? you should have like just your mains there, right? He has like the entire. He can hit random select, and hit all of them are at Tekken God Prime. And I was like, what the hell is going? Like, what?
Well, I guess because I still feel like there's only like a handful of people that are like really at that level for Tekken. But the way online is and how it's, like because of the level that he's at, like he could pick random select, like you said, go against anybody at Mighty Ruler, he'll beat him because he already has all the information. And so for a lot of us, but we also live so far, we can't just play other like super high skill players like that. So it's like, so nobody's like, it's like the growth in ranked is like kind of like at a standstill too, because like we can't really just all meet up and do that. So you just have people who can't really duck strings or they don't know how to adapt at higher ranks. I've seen that a lot, and I'm like, I'm like, what is this? And it's easy to attain now. It's not that hard.
I think one of the coolest parts about season 1 when it came to ranked was like the satisfaction people felt when attaining a rank.
I loved
people
that.
posted that shit and everyone would get so hyped for them, right? And it's like, that's the thing, is that it's so heartbreaking just to see people be like, I know it doesn't matter now, but I hit this rank, and it's like, man, like there's no pride in it, and it's like, that sucks, because that should be I feel like an amazing milestone.
It used to be.
Listen, like if your girl hits diamond in league, best believe I'm gonna be like, yo, hold that, like I'm amazing, I'm a good, like that's the feeling it should be. It shouldn't be like, oh guys, I hit Fujin. I know it doesn't mean anything now, but like I hit it. Like, no, you should feel good about yourself, and that feeling is so lost now, and it's so unfortunate.
I also think that. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, no one like really roots for it anymore. It's just, sad.
The hype, and then people were talking about maybe we should reset ranks, maybe we should make more ranks, maybe we should, like they were suggesting that to bring back the hype of it, because people were super hype in season 1, like you mentioned. Barely anybody said, well, getting Tekken God Prime is like the new brawler. That's the no, it wasn't, because you still gotta get it. 1, 2.
Tell them.
Everybody, like somebody tried to tell me. I said, so what are you mad? They're like, no. I'm like,
no, you just brawler.
Right? Like, don't be mad. Like, you mad though? But like, no, like getting those rings, yeah, for sure. Congratulating yourself and letting the world know, like, yeah, you accomplished this. It matters. But I think also in season 1, what happened was everybody was trying to get them because it was the first season. But like, because nobody had them, and so everybody was fighting for those ranks.
I think what would be the coolest way to do it is that instead of just having Tekken God Prime, having like top 100 or top 5 or top 50.
Yes.
If you had like literally something that was a leaderboard for top 50 players online, that would invoke some shit. People would be like feisty to fight for those top 50 spots.
Something
people be killing.
Like deathmatch.
But you'd also have to fix all the hackers. Like that's the thing, right? Because then they actually address the hacking issue, which has been, we've seen it.
And
can we talk about GG boosting? Can we talk about that shit? Like,
I really thought that was like a meme, but it's actually a real thing. I was on the website. It was terrible. Yeah, let's talk about GG boosting. I don't like the idea. I think that's terrible.
$2,000? Y'all gonna pay $2,000 to hit Tekken God Prime? Who wants to pay $2,000 to hit Tekken God Prime?
Like, why? Like, when you could easily learn the game. What does that do? That's literally legal boosting. The thing that we completely shame in the community because it doesn't promote actual good sportsmanship. It doesn't promote you learning the game. It promotes you being a coward, and it promotes you being lazy. And that's not what we actually build the community off of. That's not true competitive. That's not the true competitive nature of the scene. So, people were like, hey, because we have a couple of those boosters popping up out of nowhere now. And, we try to put them on blast. I don't see no pay, no gain anymore. Good, because you shouldn't be here. And then whoever, we're trying to put these people on blast so that Namco understands that we just please remove them from the game.
And they're streaming it.
Yeah, and they're popping up.
Streaming it, and that's the thing. It's against It's against Twitch TOS to stream yourself cheating in a game.
But nobody reads.
But nobody reads. So
nobody reads.
So it's like, what are you doing, right? And even then, you guys know when you first install Tekken and you have to scroll through the terms of service. Guess what it says in there?
Don't cheat.
You can't fucking cheat, motherfucker. And you still cheating? You're against the game's rules, you're against Twitch's rules, and you're still streaming it? Come on, that's some ignorant shit, dude. Come on, it's whack. And look, and no repercussions, no IP ban. Like, what's happening?
Can they do that? Can they at least, are they capable of doing it is what I'm saying.
The clip of the guy cheating has 36,000 views, and you think something would happen.
Girl, I want to talk to you about that. I saw it. I was talking about that with my stream, and I said, this is crap. I said, really? I'm like, come on. You're giving this man, you shouldn't be looking at this clip. One, not you, I meant to say, don't look at that clip. You're giving him some sort of exposure. He's crap for that. One.
But you know what, though? I looked at it at the end of the day, and I checked out his channel a few times over the course of the past, like, few weeks.
Yeah.
And he still is at the same amount of followers. And he only has 100 followers. So it's not like he's really growing.
I know, but
he's
it's just the clip.
I mean, the thing is that if it was like negative publicity and he's actually growing from it, he's retaining stuff, then I would be like, okay, cool. Like, we need to stop supporting and stop watching it. But he's actually not getting anything from this anymore. People are just shitting on him.
Good.
Which is,
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, he should be better than that, and he knows that. He's
literally against the rules. Yeah.
He's literally popping off about it on Twitter, and nobody I knew followed him, and I said, no, gee, why is that? They shut up for the free wins. Dog, you suck. Like, just learn the game. I'm just, ooh. Anyway.
Like, imagine being so bad you're gonna hack the game like that and then be like, I can't make top 8 at Evo, but I could probably make top 16 at Evo. Bitch ass, and at least play ranked.
Wait, that person said that?
He said that, yeah.
Well, you're not gonna make top 16. You're probably only gonna be like top 100.
That's an 0-2 motherfucker. You know it's an 0-2 motherfucker. Listen,
he would get bodied.
Listen, if you can't play the fucking game if you think that that's how you play the game. Like,
you're literally dodging people.
He literally lost a round while cheating at one point, by the way. If you're losing a round while cheating, then you will go 0-2. Because all he needs to do is a fast load to win each round, right? No, this motherfucker still lost a round. He still lost a round while doing this cheat. How does that even happen,
How's that even
dude?
possible? Okay, that's
like, oh my god,
that just shows that you're even bad at boosting.
You're even bad at cheating, bro. Like, come on.
On my face, dog. On my
shut
face.
your shit down. Like,
I be getting so mad about people like that. I can't stand people like that. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Once they get rid of them, that'll really help so much. Mm-hmm. You know, get rid of people like that. You know, less things for the community to worry about.
He lost two games while cheating? Jesus Christ, senpai. I did not know that. Oh my god. He lost 2 whole ass games while cheating.
Why would we give them advice when they can't? They know they're grown people. We do not need to, in my opinion, I don't need to teach someone who knows what they're doing. They just choose to cheat because they're lazy.
Yeah, this is like, listen, if people wanted to actually get better at the game and actually wanted to sit down and be like, yo, do you know what? Like, I want to listen, take that $2,000 you want to spend on God Prime, pay $500 to Cuddle. She'll teach you how to play the fucking game.
I've actually been teaching people how to play the game, but
she does like literally free and $5 if you want to play a few sets with her. Listen, pay the $5 to play sets with Cuddle, or she'll give you the advice for free. She does this shit on Twitch all the time, right? If you play in my online tournaments, what I do is I literally sit down with you and analyze your gameplay for you. I go step by step what you did right, what you could have done differently, and talk about your options, right? You're like, hey, like I have even had people who are like, hey, like even during my other streams, I'm streaming other shit. They're like, hey, Alicia, can you go through my tournament VODs with me sometime? I want your opinion on some of the stuff I'm doing. I'm like, yeah, dude. Like, I don't need to sub to me. I don't need you to talk about anything. We're here to help you. That advice is available. Like, we want you to improve. That's the thing. We want that for you. But at the end of the day, it's like, you still gonna pay $2,000 to a motherfucker to boost you? Like, come on.
No, but I really hope I hope nobody actually paid, because that would, like, you could do it for free and just learn. But so, oh my god.
And that's the thing, is like, if you grow at the game too, right? Is that when you go play your friends now, you can absolutely cook them. What are you gonna do with when you have your rank, but you go into play against your friends match, right? And you can't even do a combo. And you try to play Law, and you can't even DSS cancel. Like, what are you gonna do?
I can make top 16 at Evo. I can make top 16 at Evo. I'm sure you can. I'm so mad. I'm so salty about that. Like, who do you think you are? Not even close, dog. You can't even cheat.
Mm-hmm. You can't. If you're losing while you cheating, there's like, come on, we got bigger issues.
You might as well just throw the controller at that point and rethink what you really want when it comes to competing, because nobody's thinking, damn, that booster good.
Yeah,
it's a good ass booster.
It's a good ass booster. Oh man.
Just, you know, I guess people would just, I don't know. It's not the same. Yeah, it's just not the same.
Oh man, yeah. Like there's there's good ass videos and good ass content creators too that also help out for free. Literally, look at YouTube. Look at the amazing content creators we have in Tekken, man. Like we got like Legendary Mihawk who teaches you all staple combos for each character. You got Frame Whisper who does character breakdowns. You got Base Salami who's always busting it out for a real one, dude. That's his videos are so goddamn good. Like we have all these amazing people putting in so much work,
All the time.
right? And like that's the thing is that y'all need to check out their content. Y'all need to support. Cuddle got content coming out the wazoo. Like the people are doing this stuff. Yeah, Anakin is too. Yeah. Like all this stuff is there for you. Listen, Cuddle even teaches you how to backdash on a controller. Those of you controller players, right? We got so many ones for teaching you how to backdash on stick. She teaches you how to backdash on a pad. And that's nice. That's good for a lot of pad players. Like stuff like that, right? We have a lot of content to help you get better. And it's like, stop paying boosters and stop boosting people. Like if your friends really want to get boosted by you, sit down with them and teach them the game better. Be like, yo, dude, like I could do that for you, or I could sit with you and call while and you could screen share you playing your match. I can tell you what you can do differently live. And it's like, oh cool, you did blah 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 there. I would try this option instead. Hey, this person's constantly doing this. Keep an eye out for that, right? It's like stuff like that. Stuff that can help them visually learn in the moment. And that would help them a lot more. Right? Listen, coaching is like not allowed in tournaments. We're not talking about tournament setting. We're talking about teaching your friend online while they're playing a match. And that's important. You can do that. So, I mean, that's my biggest solution to all that stuff. And then pay your friend $5. You know?
Right, for their time. I agree.
Yeah, you pay the $5.
Buy yourself something nice.
Mm-hmm. A little cookie for themselves. Man. But yeah, like that's the thing. I also had somebody who one time asked me like, "Hey, Alicia, I have a new friend who's new to Tekken, and I'm getting frustrated teaching them how to play the game. Like it's hard. I keep telling them, hey, like that's punishable, blah blah blah, and they just aren't getting it. And I'm like, are they new to fighting games? And they're like, yeah, they're new to fighting games. I'm like, whoa! Don't teach them about punishes yet. That's too much. That's too much. Which all you gotta teach them about right now in this moment is what character feels fun to press buttons on. That's what they need to learn right now.
Punishing is a whole other concept. Like to show to show somebody that like personally I think that you can break it down. Like if I say, hey, yeah, I did a hop kick. Hop kicks are unsafe. So my reward is I get a jab. That has to come later. That has to, because like you said, they have to feel comfortable and mess around with their character first. Get the flow, get the feel. Like for a lot of us,
want them to flow chart and match. They want to let them feel good about themselves. Let them go into ghost battles. Oh my god, I call it ghost battles. I go into treasure battles.
You remember ghost battles? I remember ghost battle, and they had like the ghosts of other players. I think Nee was a ghost. I was like, yo, Nee. Needs the ghost battles, man. Tekken 5, right? Battles. DR. Yeah.
That shit was so good. That shit was so good. Y'all need ghost battles in your life, okay? Y'all need ghost battles in your life.
You get yourself a ghost. A player.
Yeah, get yourself a ghost. You can literally find like people you knew as ghosts. This is crazy. It's crazy.
It was actually that way when I played Soul Calibur as well. The third one. Like with the old like when they had tournament mode, you're going against the CPU, but they had like I think the names of probably like players at that time.
I mean, like they had like even in Soul Calibur 2 for like Weapon Master, they had like these random ass generated names that were just weird and goofy. When you went to Weapon Master, it was like Alfred 992, and I'm like, who the fuck Alfred? Who is this? My neighbor Alfred. What are you doing?
Yeah, they definitely generated some funny names, but that was one of my first introductions to competing. Was that? Mm-hmm. I mean, it was my dad, but then when I got older, I was like, okay, let me see how long I can last in this tournament without losing. So I took like whole days, and I would play Soul Calibur 3, and I would go and I'd use Sophia. She was my main, and
yo, what's up?
And oh god, I loved that, and it was a CPU. I always praised Soul Calibur's CPU for being super hard. I used to train in Soul Calibur 4 against Darth Vader on extra hard mode or edge mode, whatever, and I said it with the Tekken. The Tekken settings though, I do 60, right? Something like that. And then the three little circles or whatever, the 3 rounds, and then I would train on extra hard against Darth Vader and every other character because their CPU was so good. It's so
no, the CPU would be wildin', yeah. And it's like the thing is too is that like when you're teaching a new friend how to play the game and you're genuinely teaching them, let them go into treasure battle and just support them bashing in somebody's face in treasure battle. Listen, we've all been there. We all been learning a fighting game and just beating up people in the ghost battles and treasure battles and stuff.
I think some
And that's
people are
great.
just a bit older when they come into it. A lot of us were playing it when we were kids, so we're very
Yeah.
familiar. And I think that's the only difference. When you're older, when you're an adult doing it, it's a whole different concept.
And like that's the thing, right? Is like, and also if you're playing against your friends and they're new to the game, don't pick your main. Like, listen, pick somebody who you literally have never played before. Because listen, no matter what, you're gonna have a lot more like mentality going into it, right? Like, listen, I don't play Claudio for shit, dude. I don't play Claudio. I know how to do his combos purely because I know the visuals. I know the button inputs for Claudio. Have I ever taken Claudio to the lab? No. Have I ever played him in an actual set? No. Can I still do his combos, his staple combos? Yes. Right? Like that's the thing. And that's what you're gonna do for most characters in the game, is that you're gonna know most of their moves. And if you don't, like some people don't lab like against characters and stuff like that, right? So it's like I only know because I labbed against Claudio, so I understand what his moves are. But like if you are like that though, then you can go pick up a character like, oh, don't grab like a Lei and cheese him out. That's bullying. That's online cyberbullying. Don't bully your friend who's new to the game. But like, yeah, grab like a Dragunov, grab a Kazumi. Don't use plus frames against them just yet. Let them mash it out a little bit, stuff like that, and then teach them while you're playing. Okay, and you'd be like, okay, cool. I'm gonna show you something really quick right here. Bam. Let them block something that's like cool, like a massive stagger that shows you getting staggered. It shows them what the visual of being negative is. And they're like, yo, look how I'm like literally going after you block me, right? Okay, that means you can launch me. These are your launchers. Any of those moves will work in this scenario because I'm like -3 million. Cool? And they're like, what does -3 million mean? They're like, don't worry about it. All you need to know is my body's going, right? Like, that's it. That's all you need to know. And when it's the opposite, when you see yourself blocking and you go, right? That means don't press. Like, let the next shit happen. We'll figure it out after, right? Then we'll learn from there if you're allowed to press or not. Like, oh, can you down jab? Can you do other stuff, right? And that's the thing. Like, it's understanding that people need to understand those very small things first before you go, that's punishable.
Right, you don't want to, because people be people be trying to teach other people like they already know this stuff, and then they want to get frustrated. No, you have to remember there's so many different types of players. There's beginner, intermediate, advanced. Yep. So so it ranges from people not knowing really much of anything about the game, so people that kind of know a little bit or enough, and then there's those who are already past all that. They know all that. So like you have to really consider how you're going to approach teaching someone, especially when you introduce new terms like punishing, backdashing, movement, like like ducking string. People don't like, what ducking strings? What are you talking about? Like if you've never played a fighting game, maybe you wouldn't know about any of that.
Exactly. And one thing I also want to like just mention real quick too is that you have a friend who's newer to the game and they end up getting better than you. Don't get salty about it. Listen, you might have taught them, you might have played the game for as long as they've been alive, but this is the time and place where you support them for the way that they've gotten better. Yeah. And this is the time where you're like, do you know what? They got better. And internally take that and be like, do you know what though? I'm going to lab harder. I'm going to get better. I'm going to become their sparring partner. They're now my new villain. Like, that's the thing. Is like take it that approach. Like, don't take it as approach of like, I taught them everything they know. I haven't played this game, blah, blah. I have literally 1,000 more hours in them. They got 1,000 more hours. Look, they play a stupid ass character. They played Alyssa and Down 3 and fuck this bitch, right?
Like they mad salty. The student has become the master. Don't be salty. That means you gotta up your game then. You taught them well,
like, listen, right? Exactly, right? Like, lab against my character then, right? Like, do that kind of stuff where you figure out, like, listen, like, you might be a legacy Tekken player. They might be new to Tekken 7, just literally start playing last month, and they might be using these crazy ass things, right? But instead of being upset about that, be like, you know what? I'm gonna get better then. Because if this new person come into my house and beat on my ass, like, no.
Like, you gonna start studying in the lab. That's what you're gonna start doing. That's what
Exactly. But you can still be proud of their progress because you're a friend, dude. You're a friend. Be proud of their progress. That's important. Like, I've had friends who I ended up getting better than at the game who did not take it well. And because like they were so used to me being like kind of mashy, kind of stupid, like blah blah blah, just so focused on my own gameplay, not understanding how to deal with my opponent. And then when I flipped the script and I started labbing really hard, started labbing at matchups, started creating like literally a book of proper punishes, optimized punishes for each character, for each move, right? Like I went through the entire move list back then. I did everything I possibly could to get better at the game, right? And I came up there and I cooked their asses. They were like, you play Eddie and I got schmixed. That's all it was. It wasn't skill at all. And I'm like, they're like, if I knew the Eddie matchup better, I'm like, okay, so you lost because you're bad. Okay, cool.
That's it. That you're just bad
Cool. So you
then.
didn't know the matchup? That means you're worse than me. I'm sorry,
And
dude.
Eddie's
Like,
been in the game since Tekken 3. That was like 98. If you don't know the matchup and he's been around for that long, you just suck. Okay.
like,
And Homegirl
listen,
sucks. She
think,
toasted you.
exactly. Listen, if I tell you, like, if you tell me, oh, it's because I didn't know the matchup, that just means you bad. Because you didn't know the matchup. That means that you didn't take the time to learn it. That's on you. Like, that's like me being like, I only lost because I didn't know your character. Okay.
I hate that.
So you're bad then.
Right,
So I'm bad.
you didn't study, so you weren't prepared. So I took advantage of that, and I beat you down for it. Come at me.
If I'm landing down back 2-3 on your ass, you clearly don't know how to play the game. Like that's it. That's all there is to it. Like, and that's like stuff like that where it's like, listen, negative 23 on block. Just not bad, motherfucker. That's up to you, right? Like, come on, you could take a sip of tea and launch me. That's how bad it is, right?
But they said Eddie's cheap though.
But they say Eddie's cheap though because it's a natural launcher. It's not a natural launcher.
You have to be mashing for it to be. It's a counter hit.
It's a counter hit. It's like, tell him, Cuddle. Tell him, because like it's like it's crazy shit like that where they just don't get it, and it's like, yo, like I'm negative after almost everything I do. I enter into handstand, I'm already negative 16.
That
I'm
character
already
struggles.
negative.
How do people not understand that? An Eddie player has to work 2 times as hard as another character. He lacks in so many ways. Doesn't mean he's not strong, but he has to work harder. Like you said, he's like negative 80,000 when he's in handstand, and so you have a lot more options to guess right than he does. Because if he makes one wrong move in handstand, he's dead, and he's launched, and he's kicked as a wall.
Heaven forbid if he presses 4, dude. If he presses 4, it's over. Like he doesn't sit there with those goddamn legs in the air looking stupid.
And you're like, well, I'm about to get floated, and you're like, but he's so cheap. He's so cheap.
Like that's on you. Like that's on you for not learning, right? Like that's the thing at the end of the day, right? It's a lot of the time people try so hard to blame other things outside of themselves. Like actually recently, a little bit outside of the FGC, I started picking up this new game called Spellbreak. It's currently in closed beta. And I'm playing this game like crazy, right? To the point where I'm playing with devs who like actually create the game and they're incredible and I love the company, right? It's super cool to play the game the way I do. And I've leveled up so goddamn fast. And there's people in the community now asking me like, hey, how did you level up this fast, right? I'm playing in scrims. I'm playing with other top players now. I'm trying really hard to like get better at the game.
Playing with some of the best, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm keeping up and I'm literally winning in that. I'm winning in scrims, which is like insane, right? For people who've been playing this game for the past 2 years. And it's like, how did I get to this level? People have been asking me that out now, right? And I'm like, what I did was every time I died, instead of being like, oh, blah, 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 is cheap. Yo, screw blah, 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 right? Yo, fuck this shit, bro. It's the same mentality I learned from fighting games. What did I learn from fighting games? I learned that when I lose, what did I lose to? Learn better. Be better.
How do you remember, like, how do you not lose to the same thing again?
Exactly. I take the VOD, I go to the VOD, I go, cool. Oh, I could have done this here. Oh, I'm stupid. I could have done blah, blah, blah here. If I did this option instead, I could have done better. Stuff like that. Like, analyzing what you're doing, even analyzing what you're doing live, is like, oh, man. Yeah. It's not the swiper, no swiping voice. I just died. But, like, but even doing stuff like that levels you up so fast in anything you do in life, dude. Listen, you want that job, right? And you're like, man, Sheila over in accounting got that job, dog, and I want that job. What's she putting in? What kind of work she putting in? Instead of worrying about what the fuck Sheila doing in the extent of, oh man, but she doesn't even do blah blah blah. I do blah blah blah. Okay, fuck whatever you do because she's doing it right because she got the job. Okay, learn what she's doing and replicate that. Do that. Be better and work on improving yourself rather than complaining about others around you. And that applies to life in general. And that's the reason why I got so much better in that game. That's the reason why I improved in fighting games. I whooping my friends' asses. Like that's just how it works.
The mentality, and that's really important. Like, mentality is everything in regards to improvement and enhancement of skill. You have to have the right mentality. I see way too many people complaining. For example, I get that there are some characters in Tekken. They're cheaper, but you can still work around them. Even the S of S tiers, you can work around, but you have to lab. Like, for example, people who talk about Alicia, dog, if you really don't know how to go against a character, you just don't study, and you have to learn how to study. Like, or shall you? Yeah, the character can be good, but she actually is very weak in regards to turtling and sidestepping her left. In stance, you can sidestep her right. But gee, I'm somebody who studies 24/7, and there's many players like me that study 24/7, but we didn't go, oh yeah, that's super cheap. It's only cheap if you don't know how to deal with stance stuff, but you have to be willing to take the time to admit, okay, I lost here, like you said, and then you look at your VODs. And tournament players do that too. They look at their VODs.
Yep.
And you have to, no matter how painful it feels, you get past that when you realize that you'll learn from what you're seeing. Is it true?
And it's like, listen, I understand the vibe. Like, listen, I deal with this a lot in my chats where people are talking about like losing to their friends and feeling that hurt, right? And that's cool. Like, I get it. I get that sometimes it sucks losing to your bro and being like, damn, dude. Like, and then he just like dog you for it a little bit. He's all loud. He's like, oh, you ain't shit, dog. Like, blah, 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 blah. Oh, where was that hot talk now? Garbo. Like, shit like that, right? It's hitting you different.
I'd be salty.
Right? It's like you get salty, you get up in your feelings, right? But listen, take that drive. Instead of being like, yo, fuck his cheap ass character, be like, okay, you know what? Take this one, King. Take this one. Guess what? Next time it's all me, baby. Next time. No. Keep running your mouth. Keep running your mouth. Bet. I got you. And then come back and God match his bitch ass. That's right. Wait, listen, run that shit back first to 5. What you got, right? Put your money down then.
Oh,
put some money down.
Put some money on that bitch. Just like that motherfucking first to 10 with Poke Chop and Big Margin. You know, they did that, and I don't know if they're friends or not, but it was funny because they put some shit down. And
they talk some shit after, and he throw the poke shots in the goddamn trash. It was garbage. It wasn't even an empty garbage. He threw that shit in the actual garbage. It was done.
My friend said,
he bought them shits just to throw them out. I'm dead.
Did y'all say that was a freshly cooked pork chop? He said that. That was a fresh one.
He bought that with the intent to just throw it out in the video, bro. Like,
man,
damn.
But people were watching, and it was super hype. It was like almost 1,000 plus, but it was super hype. He should do that again, but next time he should definitely win because he lost like 800 plus, and that's the salt. That's the salt. Because he was trying to win. Like, because he was up a couple games. He got a little too cocky, I think, a little bit. Got a little too ahead of himself. Big Macho started coming back with everything, and I was like, oh, shit, he just lost 800. I said, it was hype though. And he was a good sport about it. I was just like, I couldn't play for 800. I'd been like, yo, I might as well sign up for a tournament. Rest in peace to tournaments until next year. But yeah, I was thoroughly entertained for like 30 minutes. Because when I came in, I only stayed for a certain amount. But that's hype. And, you know, you can learn something. Now, I'm sure since maybe he didn't know certain things about the matchup, now he can go in the lab. And remember, next time, I'll know the matchup so I don't lose 800 plus. the point being.
And that's the thing, guys, right, is that, like, you know, we might complain a lot about online right now, but, like, you can still make amazing memories like that. Like, that shit's insane. That shit's so cool that that stuff like that can happen. That we can watch that shit happen live, too. Like, that's crazy, the era that we're in. And I know the netcode is ass. Listen, you don't need to tell me twice, okay?
We're already aware. But,
like, we are in the slideshow sometimes. But, yeah, right. But it's what we got.
The hype, though. Thank you for the host, Purdue. Happy Ninja. Thank you. But yeah, it's the hype, and at least that is still being cultivated in some way. So
true. Man, so that's a little bit online. Let's actually move into our next little topic arena.
Can I go to the bathroom real quick?
Actually, yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna talk about Killer Instinct for a second.
Big bet.
Cool. So as you guys know, KI is one of the tournaments been added into EVO. This year, which is absolutely wild. Who thought KI was going to be resurrected like that? I did not see it coming. Here, I just wanted to pull up the video real quick so I can... So, introducing EVO Online, featuring open online tournaments, MK, Killer Instinct, fighting herds. Yeah, Skullgirls. Which is, like, it's crazy, because, like, we didn't expect to ever see a world where Killer Instinct be making frontier of Evo again, where we got to see like Skullgirls. Like, oh, y'all counted the Skullgirls out? Y'all sleeping? And that's the thing, is that I think that this will really actually give companies a good look at themselves, being like, wow, we're fighting game companies that are no longer in Evo as one of the featured front running games. It's now just these four. That it's KI, that it's that it's Mortal Kombat, that it's fighting herds. Like, which fighting herds, like that's so dope. That's so great for that company. Like, it's not that large of a company. It's not one of those big Titan companies, and it's so good to see that one in there. And Skullgirls, that community is OD. Those people support themselves. By the way, you can buy Skullgirls right now for $2. Not sponsored. Just letting you guys know that that deal's going on right now. I forgot what site it's on. Saw it on Twitter the other day though. It's for 2 schmuckaroonies. You can buy some Skullgirls. Like, and Skullgirls finally made it, and I'm so happy to see that, man. Like, it's so good. It deserves that. It deserves to be there. So there's Skullgirls too, and like, I think that KI is a very interesting one to see come back. You know, I feel like the community is being resurrected, seeing a lot of people come back into play. Like, listen, I got one person, like actually my photographer is really into KI, Rel, he's super into it. I also got Flexus, who's a content creator for us, who's also super into KI. So it's super cool to see like people who have such a passion towards it. Even before the Evo announcement, actually, even before it got announced, they were already playing it with each other. And I was like, y'all playing KI like that? And they're like, yeah. Like, Alicia, you gotta try. Oh, you gotta come play with us. So I was like, we played KI like that? And now people actually gonna be playing KI like that. And it's so sick to see. Right? I'm very excited to see what's going to go down with that. I think that MK though, like off rip, MK's netcode is like one of the cleanest things I've played in. It's insane.
Hella fire.
Dude, like no cap though, like this game, when it was in beta, we were at what tournament was I at? I was at a tournament. Was it final round? No. Was it? Can't remember which tournament it was. It was during beta for MK. It was only out for 1 weekend. And we were, and Trey Pound had it up in his room. So I went up there to go play some MK, right? We were playing that shit online because you couldn't play like PvP yet. You could only play online for the beta. And we were playing that shit on hotel Wi-Fi.
And it was
hotel. That shit was still running smooth. And we were freaking out. Everyone in the room was losing their minds. We were like, how is this possible? How is it possible that we can do this? Like, we can do this, and then y'all be wilding out there, like, with this Okay, don't be telling me hotel Wi-Fi good these days.
No, it's not.
Don't you be doing us like that.
As my grandma would say, that's a damn lie. A damn. Which hotel you at? Because I'm sure you paying like $1,000 a night, my guy.
He's paying that mad money for that nice ass internet per night.
I'm pretty sure.
We're using that free Wi-Fi bullshit. That's what we using. You think we're gonna pay for that? No.
Like we using the guest last name Wi-Fi.
Only 2 objects can connect to it. It's either your phone or your PS system. Now it's the PS system and one motherfucker's phone. That's it. That's all we got. So
honestly, that's really what it is. Like, it's a struggle, man.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's take a look. I want to take a look at what Capcom is doing. If you want to start talking about it, that'd be cool, though. And I'll start pulling up the info for it. Cuddle?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
you start talking.
I thought you said I thought you were talking about the chat.
You can start incoming to it. So I'm gonna start pulling up the articles and stuff for it, so I can.
Oh yeah, honestly, because honestly, the only part I knew about was the female league that they're talking about, but I didn't see a ton of information on it. They talked about everything else and what they're planning to do, like characters, stuff like that. But I didn't see much about the female league. But I only saw that it was going to be announced in some way.
I'm gonna send you a link so we can just both pull it up for ourselves.
Are you on Discord?
Yeah, I sent on Discord.
All right, cool. Let me look it up on my phone then, so it doesn't mess up your photo.
Oh, my camera. Yeah.
I said your photo. I'm silly. Yes. Okay. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one that was like,
My PC bugging. My PC bugging. You good?
Okay. Yep.
PC's having a fit. All right. Cool. Am I lagging? Am I still here?
Yes. Yes, you are.
Man, my thing is glitched out right now.
Thank you for the resub, Professor High Kick. Much appreciated.
Okay, I'm gonna have to close.
Oh, I don't want to read I was not trying to read the comments. Thank God I didn't see anything. All right. Whew, that was scary. As well as established.
Oh, man,
Oh, sorry.
I got programs crashing on me. Okay, cool. Okay, I just closed it all. We're good.
You good, girl?
Yeah. A little freaked out for a second. I was like, my PC was just going to hell for 2 seconds.
They're trying to do an esports academy.
Okay, cool. I think I got this now. I think we're good. I have to reopen up everything though. Restore. Cool, we're good now. All right, so yeah,
And Capcom will be, going about training pro players. So that's gonna be something.
yeah, which is really interesting to see that that they're taking that approach, because I feel like that's like very inspired by like EXO Academy.
That's
Do you
what
not
I
feel like
thought
that?
so too.
Is that like that? Is that not just being like, yo, EXO Academy? Let's just steal that. Like,
That's honestly what it seemed like to me. But it also said pro players overall as well. But then it also, I'm looking at the article. It also did mention. It said Capcom plans to found the Esports Academy, tentative name, for training professional players, as well as to establish regional teams and leagues for female players. So it's like a part of it, like a division of it. But I mean, it does sound like EXO, truthfully. But
it sounds like EXO, but then they want to make a female league. And okay, I'm gonna be flat out about it. I don't fuck with female leagues. I don't agree with them. So, I mean, if you want to train females for playing fighting games to go into competitions like EXO did, where it's like they
Yeah.
trained them
with the
and
other
then they threw
professionals,
with other professionals, and then put them into tournaments such as like Combo Breaker, such as Final Round,
CEO
and
as
all
well.
those other tournaments where they put them into other offline events with men, with people of different genders, and let them play off against them. Like, that's what should happen. It shouldn't be a separate individual league for them. And that's and it's heartbreaking to see that, like, it's something that's trying to be progressive,
Yeah.
but doesn't understand how counterintuitive it is to actually create that. Also, do they not realize how much harassment these females are going to get when they actually put them into a league?
Look, the 95 comments says it all, by the way, as long as many others. And most of it is about the. I took a nice brisk look at it before. I hated the comments.
Whoa.
This is what,
yeah.
and you see how like the article mentions everything, right? But they only focus on that. It's crap. It's not a good look. I'm not a fan of that. Most of them focus on that. They don't focus on anything else that's actually being said in the article. Because I like the what they're trying to do in regards to like training pro players, but the female league part, I personally don't mess with. I don't know how they're gonna go about doing it. Like if they are doing the EXO Academy approach, because this is what I said. This is what I said in my post. I was like, I'm not really a fan of those kinds of things. I trained myself, and I was trained by men who didn't, see me as different. So they didn't put me against other women. They didn't do any of that. They trained me as someone who would be going against other men, and that was it. And I never was a fan of being segregated in that sense. A lot of women aren't. But I do understand that for newer women coming into the scene, maybe like that could be this is what I said. I said if they're newer women coming to the scene, or they're a little more hesitant, have like those meetups with other women, but also have maybe like 2 or 3 professional players who play with them, so they can see so they can gauge where they are, like give them tips, so they're still growing, but they can remove that it removes that element of like guys potentially hitting on them, harassing them. Yeah. And so they have that.
I think even having female pro players being the ones to like actually mentor women, and even in Street Fighter, take someone like Marine for example. Yeah. Marine is so goddamn talented. Like, she beats the shit out of everybody in Street Fighter, right? She is a pro player. Yeah. Have someone like her mentoring other women, and that is iconic. That would be something that would really get things going for Capcom. And I think that instead of having a female league, have it so that those women who are now like training with someone like Marine, going into battle in these offline events at like Combo Breaker, at CEO, right, at these really great titles and offline tournaments,
leagues where they're literally separated completely. Yeah, somebody tried to it was kind of like stating like, well, but why do women have to why can't they just have fun? I'm like it's a league. The league means that they're competing.
It's not for fun. It's not us women, getting out of our kitchens and deciding to go have a little bit of fun and browsing video games. Like,
yeah, like when I tried to state that, like they just were so overwhelmed by my comments. I'm like, hi. I'm like, what? Because what you said, like, oh, if we should see that other women, like, the whole thing about it was the fact that they were like, we should, we want to be able to see women just having fun with the game. I'm like, hold on. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, one, why does it matter who's watching? It's if they want to improve or not. And they should be allowed to do that whether somebody's watching them or not. It's not about that. They're trying to get good on their own terms. So that's what, I think about. All female anything, like those kinds of things, they always kind of make me feel like we're just going backwards.
It is. It honestly is. It's one of those things where it's like, instead of being, because if they just took women who competed, right? Women who competed and talked to them, just spoke to women instead of a think tank of men, they would understand what to do. But no, heaven forbid actually asking a woman for her opinion about esports. It's just, do you guys remember that big old scandal with that gamer dress? Do you guys remember the gamer dress?
Yes, well, they didn't ask any of it. I wasn't a fan.
Listen, it was a cheerleading outfit that had a zipper for cleavage, okay? And it was like super skin tight.
It was not
and
cute.
It was literally like, it would show the bottom of the ass cheeks, right? Like the most sexed up thing I've ever seen in my life. And it's like, yo, like the gamer jersey,
it's
right?
Gamer girl. That's the dress for you. I'm like, are you fucking high? Really?
And it's like, and it was like advertised for esports, so that women could wear this in tournament. Like, are you fucking with us?
And
like,
wasn't it? And they didn't ask the women, though, if I recall correctly.
They had no women involved. They had no women in their think tank, right? And they were like, God, it was even worse. It was like their tagline was like, to give you an extra boost of confidence. And I was like...
Because my gameplay wouldn't do it by itself? My gameplay isn't...
I'm sorry, my titties, my cleavage showing gives me the confidence I need to actually whoop this person's ass.
Yes. Not the actual skill of me actually training. I can't. You know what
let me get my confidence up real quick. Hold up.
I'm really not a fan. Like, it's funny that term, that phrase. I've heard some male commentators say it when women are playing. Oh, that's the boost of confidence. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, that's a boost of confidence I needed.
Like,
thanks. Oh, me kicking his ass is the boost of confidence I needed to really flourish.
Or like when she's beating another woman. Oh, that's the boost of confidence. I'm sorry, what? That's the boost of confidence you need. I'm like, ooh. I'm
like, excuse you, my confidence is well intact and I am good to go. Thank you very much. I don't need
It's not about being another woman. That's not, oh yeah, my confidence is, no, that's fucked up. Why does it always happen like that? Oh, my cleavage makes me feel, wow, look at these titties. Okay, time to play the game. I mean,
right?
If I still don't know the same amount of information, that I mean, going into the tournament, I might look cute going up there, but I don't know the information. I'm not ready to play. I need to be prepared.
I'm all about if someone wants to show off their titties, if someone wants to flaunt it, if you got it, if you want to do that and you're at an event, go ahead and do that, baby girl. Like, listen, live your best life.
Yes.
Don't have fucking men making a goddamn dress telling me how it's gonna make me more confident as a player in the scene.
Because they know what makes women more comfortable.
Oh, of course.
That's what makes them more comfortable. It's that. And that's confidence.
The cleavage to the zipper was what fucked me up the most.
It's like they didn't even consider that, we play. They just assume we just want to wear cute outfits. Like, God forbid we wear cute outfits and actually compete. It's like they don't ask anybody. They don't ask women, sorry.
Oh, yeah, Joe brings up a good point. There's sometimes when commentators will literally say this line too, where they're just like, oh, she just needs to calm down, she's in her own feelings right now. She's just in her feelings right now, but she just needs to calm down. She needs to settle down,
that. I hate
I'm like,
that.
Everyone takes a fucking breath during tournament. Like, everyone feels stress on stage. Are you going to say this about every player that walks on stage, or are you just going to say about her? Let's be real. Really There's some dudes though where I will even commentate and be like, "Yo, when see Linkors go on stage, for example, he's physically shaking sometimes because he's really in the zone." And I'll be like, "Yo, dude, he's like, you can tell he's trying to settle down. He's taking that sip of water. Like, he's getting like there's a reason why I'm bringing it up. He's trying to, like, you can literally see him on camera taking a sip of water, taking his moment. I'm like, damn, that shows you how much it's important to take that breath, to take that breath in these grand finals. And I'll talk about that. You saying during the set, "Oh man, she must be nervous." That's not contributing anything. That's not good commentary, right? And it's like, I think another thing that's also pissed me off before, where this happened when I was playing in a Tekken match one time, and I was on stream I was on the Tekken channel actually when this was on stream, and I had one of the commentators who were just like, I don't want to name drop or anything, but I had one of the commentators who were just like, oh man, Alicia did that setup, that's sick. She must have learned that from Spiro.
Oh, but you can learn on your own? Okay.
I was like, wow, I didn't realize I couldn't learn anything. I'm sorry. You know what? For having my own brain, no, I can't possess that. If I did anything good in the match, it's all thanks to the men in my life. You know? If it wasn't for the men in my life, I really couldn't lab. What's a lab? I just don't lab, you know? It's just when men teach me and they actually hold the controller in my hands for me, that's where I learn the best. Like, fuck you, dude. Like, I did a sick wall setup, and my Oki was godlike. Just call it what it is. Call it what it is. Don't bring up that shit. Don't negate what I did and the work that I put in and talk about how a man brought me there. What the fuck? Like, that doesn't make sense.
It discredits you. It literally
It's
discredits
me. It's
you
not
and
me.
your work.
And it's like, yeah, it does discredit me. It's like, it takes me down a peg. And it's like, listen, I'm all about you acknowledging people who've trained me, right? Like, if we're talking about all the people who trained me, there's a lot of men who trained me. There's Glaze, there is Spiro, there is like amazing, talented Eddie players who took the time to help me. Like, I ran so many long ass sets with Chi-Town. Like, I ran these long ass sets. Him and I would sit there for 5 hours playing each other nonstop. Just grinding it out, right? Like, I played with a lot of mirror matches and a lot of Eddie players, and I learned a lot from these players. That's okay to acknowledge. Don't acknowledge during my goddamn matches that every time I do something good, you attribute it to some man. What the fuck? When have you ever done that for any other player? When have we ever turned to like let's take knee. Let's take knee. Let's say knee does something sick, and you'll be like, that looks like a Chinchurrican set up to me.
No, because I wouldn't.
It wouldn't.
Exactly.
Like, what? It's just knee being good. Like, it's knee doing his own thing. Like, that's something. And listen, he might spar with others, and he might train with others, but you're not going to bring them up during his moment. You're going to be like, damn, knee's godlike. Damn, get that shit, right? That's the difference. That's the difference. Like, and the thing is, right, was that when I competed, and during this time where this happened, right, I wasn't as established as I am now. I wasn't a name, right? Like, now I'm a caster. I'm the official caster for Soul Calibur. I have more of a name now. I'm more involved when it comes to that part of the scene. I was more of a wallflower back then. Cuddle remembers me back when I was a wallflower. Like, I didn't talk much, right? So they didn't know much about me. So all they knew about me was the fact that I had training partners. So they just talked about them instead of talking about, damn, this bitch can get it. Look at this. Look at this. She's cooking. She's doing well. She's keeping up. Right? And like, that's the thing. And yeah, I make some like crazy ass mistakes. Yeah, like everyone does. Like, it happens. Right? And like, that's cool. You can bring those up too. If I make a mistake, call me out on stream. Be like, yo, dude, she dropped that combo? What the? Come on. I hope she lays the next time. Come on. Bring the shit back, right? Like, this stuff, that's just commentary. Like, you can talk about that. It's cool to talk about my mistakes. But when I do something good, why can't I just hold that? If you're going to hold me for my mistakes, hold me for my good parts too. Let me have both. That's all I'm asking for, right? And that's the shit that women don't get, is that whenever we do something good, it's attributed to something else, right? Whenever I see other women do something good, they talk about their training partner every time. This actually happened for some of the women in EXO when they're on stream. What's the first thing that gets brought up when none of them do well? Oh, they're part of EXO Academy, and this person trained them.
But they still had to. But the woman still had to put in the work. Like, she still had to apply herself.
Exactly. And they're missing the whole point of EXO Academy, which is women competing and growing and becoming better at the game. And it's wild. Like, man, I can't imagine, like, you know, it's your play the ridiculous game Soul Calibur. I was playing Tekken when this happened, by the way. That was Tekken World Tour. I was playing on stage. I was playing for a Masters event when that incident happened. That was I was playing an Eddie match. Anyway, so, but like, yeah, so that's the thing, was that, like, you expect better. But the thing is, I did address the commentator after, right? Where I did talk to him after in the bar, and I was like, hey, I want to hit you up and let you know, like, I'm not cool with that. Like, and that's one of the first times I ever spoke up for myself, because I wasn't really outspoken back then. But I walked over to him, and I was just like, yo, like, you know, I love you. I love your commentary. But like, I'm not cool with what you said. And I told him what he said. He's like, oh man, do you know what? I didn't even realize how wrong that is. But you're right. You're completely in the right, and I don't want to do that again. I'm really happy that you brought this up to me. And like, that's the thing, is that it's heartbreaking, because it was something that was so like second nature to the person, and I realized that when I was talking to them, that that's just what they defaulted to. That they didn't even realize there was something wrong with it until I had to tell them there was something wrong with it. But then after they realized, but it's like, damn, like, that's just the norm. Like, that sucks.
Yeah, it's yeah, no, I understand when or then they assume your emotions are getting to you. I don't like
Yeah,
everybody up there feels the pressure. It might be in different ways, but they all feel it. And just because somebody's a woman
yeah.
doesn't mean it should be, don't attribute it to that. Like, you know, let her regain her composure like any other male player would do up there without you saying, oh, it must be the emotions running.
Yep.
How about you just do your job as a commentator and, stick to what's going on right there. Don't just, don't woman equals emotions.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though, right? Is I'm not saying don't point out mistakes. As a commentator, you could like you're supposed to point out mistakes
That's
from
the
time to time.
difference.
That's important to do.
Yeah.
I'm saying is like, listen, for example, if someone drops a combo, if someone takes a worse option on a punish, being like, damn, not the optimized punish, right? They could have went for blah 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 there, but you know what? Still got damage out, whatever. Like, you just do your commentary thing. Is there a moment like this is a thing as a commentator that like a lot of people don't get, and it bothers me to a high extent, is that when people are on stage, it's their time.
Yeah.
It's not anyone else's time. This is their moment to shine, right? And if you're not highlighting what they believe in and their backstory, if you don't give the audience the person to root for, you're doing a bad job as a commentator. And that's just facts, right? When Cuddle goes on stage, right? What's the first thing I do? Cuddle, train blah, blah, blah for this event. She was playing these characters on stream. Blah, 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 blah about Cuddle's background. You know what? Going into this match, I could feel it. She's probably going to go pick this character. Why? Because she favors this in the matchup against blah, blah, blah. She might start off with Ling today. Let's see if she gets spicy. Bam, right? Stuff like that. And you research each person coming into the match.
That
Cool.
Makes me feel
the
good.
person right? It's like, I got you. You hear my commentary, I got you. Like, and that's the thing though, right? It's like, I still get that unbiased shit, right? Where I see the other opponent. And the thing is that I research every person coming onto stage. It's not like I'm just out there with like one backstory. I'll give the backstory about somebody like Fab Will. Like, oh, Fab Will, Millie rockin', you know what he do? You got his signature coming in clutch, keeping it fresh, keeping it bopping. And that's the thing is that you need to understand what each person has. You need to talk about their token traits, their favorite characters, memorable moments for them, stuff that gives the audience something to root behind because it's their moment. And you take away that moment when you talk about anyone else who's not on stage or not even at the event, which is like something that I've had happen before with like novice commentators who bring up people who aren't even at the event. They're like, yeah, blah, blah, blah technique was used here. And I'm like, it's not their technique. Like, one, you don't know. Two, like it's the person playing. They're the one who made the setup and they just won the match. Talk about them, right? I can't fucking chew them out on feet, like on flip like that. I can't be just like, okay, cool. Like, oh, blah, did blah. That nicely did that in the comfort of their own home. But talking with the people who spent $500 on a plane ticket and registration fees and a hotel fee to get here, let's talk about them. Like, that's important.
Yeah, it's very true.
Yep.
Talk about what's in front of you, or like,
Yep.
which is somebody who's not even here, or like, oh man, that's the such and such player technique. I remember that player back when that player made a huge run at Evil. I'm like, are they here now? No. Okay, let's keep it that way. Okay, let's next match. Next match.
No, she said, let's keep it that way. Damn.
And also, I
Man.
just want to tell Joe. Yeah, Joe. I think I know what you're talking about in regards to Rip and what he said about one of my games or whatever, season 1. Sometimes people don't know how to really talk about other people. Like, yeah, he commentates, but like, I still think that no matter how seasoned you are, people make mistakes. I think people don't always notice that they kind of say things a little different when it comes to women. Because I think he said something like that to me before about like controlling my emotions. I was like, I don't really fully agree with you. But at the same time, I definitely, I do understand that like there's certain things that I would do because I was getting anxious. So I was like, no, I get what you're saying, but like if it's something about like my emotions or something, I'm not surprised because people don't know how to like. Sometimes they don't even know that they're doing it. But yep, and I'm not surprised he did it twice because yet again, people don't know that they're actually doing it. But as a player, there's definitely times where I had to like really think about how I was feeling, and when I was feeling a certain way during a game, sometimes how I would jump the gun on things. And so, yeah, I definitely see that part. But if you're really going to attribute everything to my emotions, like, I would really appreciate if you not do that. I'm not talking about I'm just saying, in general, like...
It's important.
Yeah.
It's important.
Because I don't worship anybody just because they're good at what they do. But if you're also making mistakes like that, it's really important that you recognize that. Because I definitely did say something like... But it was like when he said something about like emotions or like playing a certain way, and I said no, I didn't agree. To a point I didn't, to a point I didn't, because I'm like, I also know I can control myself, and I got better and better with it over time, because I wasn't the best at it at first, and then I got better at controlling it. But you know, I definitely won't let
Well, that's the
somebody
thing,
talk
though,
about
right?
talk about my
Like
shit like that.
that's the thing, though, is that there's a lot of dudes who go up on stage who get nervous and get that way, who don't get talked about for that, you
Nope.
know?
They
And
don't.
it's like they talk about yours, right? And it's like, I'm not here to like get upset at the person for commenting. Like, listen, as commentators, there's times where we mess up. There's times where I've called a move flat out wrong, where I'm like, I feel me do it. I'm like, and I'm like, do I go back and correct that, or do we move on? I'm like, and when I think about it, it's too long and it's too late and it's gone, right? I'm like, I called the move wrong, and I'm thinking about it for way too long. Like, I'll like see a CE in Caliber when I'm casting, call it a rage art. I'm like, God damn it!
Oh my god, I've done that
It's
too.
different.
Actually,
I'm like,
it
what?
was
Like, my brain just like, it's like the gears are like churning, and I'm like, like I tried. Like,
sometimes
say
the games
vice
get
versa.
mixed up.
Vice versa, when I'm casting Tekken, and like all of a sudden I'm just like, yo, dude, hit we gonna hit that CE real quick. I mean, what? I mean, rage art. Like, damn, we got wrong games on wrong games. It's hard when you commentate them back to back. It's even worse. It's even worse, man. I did back to back at VSF. I was doing I did DOA,
Yeah.
and I did Soul Calibur right after. I literally had to stay in the same seat the entire time for casting. They just like rotated them into the venue, and I was like. I was like, okay, Caliber's like brain's got to shift in here, dude. I need like 3 glasses of water. Like, this is it was a little brutal. Sometimes that happens, right? Like, commentators mess up, and that's fine because we're human. But it's like understanding after a conversation, that's different. That was not me, Joe. So that's not, that person also thought that was the actual name of the character. They did not know they messed up. It's a whole different story. So that's not how we got that.
Reading above. I really hate having to even mention certain things about other women who play, because it's like the race thing and all that. But yeah, you know, certain treatment is definitely it. You know, yeah, there are certain things that they won't say. Or maybe it was just such an awkward situation because she was crying on stream. They're like, well, what do you say about that? You kind of don't. You kind of just zip and you just let that happen where it is. You know, because what are you supposed to say? What are you supposed to say? I don't cry. I mean, I don't cry when I lose. I cry when I get off the stage, because that's something I trained myself to do. Because I don't like, no matter what it is, I don't like letting people see me sweat. Now, once I am relieved and I'm finished with that thing, I will cry. And, you know, however anybody takes that, I don't care, because I'm gonna cry because I'm passionate about my shit. And anybody can be, you know, cry about it. But, you know, I think sometimes there is you know, sometimes moments like that, I think that's not a gender thing. I think it's more like a different treatment kind of thing. I really think it's like, what do you say to somebody who's literally crying right here? Maybe it's just best that you don't. Like, so you don't say anything. Because it's like, unless he was like, well, she must be really passionate about the game. You didn't say that about me. You said I was emotional or something? Like, something about my emotions? And I don't even do that. Okay.
I don't know about this comment that was told to you, which is why I'm like, what?
Oh no, above Joe was talking about how you cried on stage.
No, but the one that was said to you, what exactly was said about you?
I don't know, but it
played?
was something in regards to my like emotions or something, because it was season 1 and Joe was talking about that, or something about nerves or emotions or something, I assume, because yeah, and how it Rip didn't have supposedly the same energy maybe, but I was like, well, it's kind of awkward if you talk about somebody crying on stage, because it's like, you know, let them be in the moment. But I'm like, I don't know. Sometimes it's hard for me to think about being treated differently, because it's like, am I getting fucked over? It's kind of hard. I don't know. Am I not being represented? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I do know what you're saying, because the thing is that like when it comes to the situation, it's weird, but it's also one of those things where it's like people need to be addressed. And that's the thing, right? Is that like unapologetically is like why I went up to that commentator. And I was like, though I respected him, though I love his commentary, I went up to him after and I was like, yo, like, this is not okay. And like, this is why it's not okay. And it was a very respectful conversation, but it was a very blunt conversation where it's like I explained why it's not okay. And like, so they could understand, it could really hit home. And he never did it again for me, which was great.
But what was the comment? Oh, sorry.
What was the comment was the Spiro thing. was like how like my accomplishments are always like contributed back to like a man versus it being my own accomplishments in a
Instead of
game.
it just being your own.
Yeah. And how and that's the thing was that like everything I did was shadowed for an entire year by the men that trained me instead of people ever acknowledging that I was playing. People didn't even know my name. Like it was
Did
crazy.
nobody introduce you on stream?
Like it was weird. People like constantly mixed me up with other females. Like I didn't have my own identity for some reason because everyone compared me to other women. And like
Not a
there
fan of
wasn't
that.
a moment where I breathed oxygen where people did not go, "Oh, aren't you this girl?" And I'm like, "Nope, that's not me." Like
Right.
I'm not like I don't know why people think I look white, but I'm not. Like I don't. I got too many dark skinned things in here. I don't get it. And it's like the thing is I just wasn't my own person because people were so used to like attributing me to other people constantly over and over
Because
again.
they weren't properly introducing you either.
Yeah.
And like commentary, and that's not. See, I don't. Yeah, things like that. There needs to be better. No matter how long you've been doing commentary, you can always learn something new too. So, it's important that like she said, when people are up there, give them their time. If you don't know something about them, you learn about them while they're playing. Really, you're learning about them right there. You're probably learning about them before, maybe learn about them beforehand. Since I'm sure you probably are notified of who you will be, commentating about. Yep. What was the comment, Joe? How specific? It's funny though. I'm gonna say it like this: people think that they know these players, but they don't. I need to just say that right now too. No matter how much you watch people play, you don't actually know them. So unless you do, don't say things that you don't know. You can assume because you're watching them, but like if you don't actually know them, don't do that either. Because of course he's gonna say something very specific about me, but if you don't actually know me, and he doesn't, like I talk to you sometimes.
Yeah.
I talk to you sometimes, and like we're cool. But like, it is important that you like be like, yeah. Ask
There's actually there was a situation where I was commentating with someone, and they were misquoting someone in the game that like they were misquoting someone from their stream, and I was like, this person's never said that before. What does he mean? Why is he quoting this? Like, why is he quoting incorrectly? And the co-commentator was just talking out of his ass, and I was like. He already has gotten a lot of heat from the community for like getting shit wrong, and I didn't want to correct him live for that reason to be like, because he already got enough heat from everyone that I didn't want to just turn around to him and be like, "Oh yeah, you're wrong again for the millionth time." Like, just shut the fuck up, dude. But it's also like, stop misquoting people. Like, he's lying about tech, he's lying about frame data. Like, he's just not doing enough research. And when he finally did do enough research, he like tried to overcompensate too hard, and then he tried to look into players too hard without being organic and actually talking to them, which fucked him over way more because he started misquoting everybody, and it was just a terrible time for everyone. Jesus. And it sucked. Like, I don't want to name drop the person because that's just like I bashed way too hard. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that to somebody because like if I didn't go off as hard, I would have name dropped. But it's like I kind of went a little too hard, so I don't want to do that because I don't want to shit on somebody like that. That's actually bullying, so I'm not going to do that. But it's one of those things where it's just like. It's take the time to like actually talk to the players in the scene that you commentate for. That's all I ask.
That literally, because like that's important so you get to understand who they are like instead of making assumptions. Oh, sorry.
Before I commentate any top 8, right? What's the first thing I do before I commentate any top 8? I talk to every single player in top 8. I'm like, yo, how you feeling? Blah, blah, blah. You gonna play this character today? You're playing this person in the matchup, bro. Like, I'm feeling this for you today. I'm feeling this for you. They're like, yeah, Alicia, I'm feeling that too. I'm like, oh shit. Like, let's get it, right? Like, yo, you picking that P2 outfit? You looking all look spicy today, boy? Like, so, shit like that, right?
Checking in with them, yeah. I like that.
Like, you just talk to them and you figure out what their mindset is. You figure out like what this means to them. You get a little backstory on each person. You talk to them, right? You talk to the person, and that shit matters. And people don't realize that like, it's not all about just the game. It's about the people playing the game at the same time. That applies to also in your match. Like Cuddle, you can attest to this too. Is that when it comes to the match and you're playing the person, you're not just playing the character. Like there's a matchup to a degree, but then there's a mental matchup.
Yes, of course. Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. I completely.
Cuddle, actually, if you want to go into something for me, could you talk about your first attends over in Japan that you did? Talk about those. Talk about what it was like for you to play against characters you've seen time and time again at NA tournaments, but now you're playing across seas. Now you're playing against the person. What was that like for you?
I was definitely playing both. I was definitely playing the character and the player. So I'd seen all these matchups before. I knew all of them. But there's still certain things, like, everybody had a different tempo. Everybody played a different way. So you really appreciated everybody's different styles. I can distinctly remember everybody's style. Like, I remember everybody's. Everybody was so unique. You had to adjust on the fly, even though it was first to tens. It was tiring. It was a lot of work. But I had so much fun playing so much Tekken at high level. And it was high level, by the way, because I wanted to throw that out there for anybody who thought it wasn't. It was high level.
Yeah,
it was fucking bullshit because yeah, for some reason
yo,
like,
those motherfuckers who don't get flown out to Japan calling it okay, cool. Yo, listen, y'all get out of Brawler, then we can fucking talk, bitch. Like the fuck?
Because they didn't claim the people I fought were high level.
Are they crazy? Like, are they crazy?
Yeah, and of course they wouldn't say that shit to my face. Because
if they literally just watched the matches, they could have seen the skill level. You could just watch the way they play.
Bona fide players. My ass sweating in the seat. Yes. Yeah. So you really got to understand everybody's different style, and you learned about the players too. Actually, if they had two characters, or if they kind of just stuck with one, you really got these different like fighting styles, and like some of them felt a little old school too, which I was like, wow, this is really, really cool, and I loved it. It really taught me something about having your own style, and I learned a lot about Elisa by playing other Elisa players there too. I remember I was there, and I was like,
what was that one that you played? There was one that you played that was like, that set was crazy.
Was it the mirror?
Yeah, it was the mirror. Who was that?
B-kun.
Oh yeah, that match was crazy.
Yeah, it was like, I don't know what it was. Was it like, it might have been like, I won it, but I think it was like 10-6, maybe 10-5. But
that
you learn a lot.
Is that versus 10 anywheres? Can they watch that somewhere? Because they should watch that. That was a good ass versus 10.
If you literally type in Kuro first to 10's Cuddle Core, they uploaded all my stuff, which I really appreciate that as well. I just also want to throw this out here. Mention, I'm not ragging on anybody for commentating, but I do appreciate when people actually don't talk about my emotions like they know me. When you don't, that's all. I'm gonna just say it like that. Like, I respect commentary, I respect people who do a good job. Doesn't mean you don't, but sometimes it's important to just remember, if you don't know the person or how they do certain things, just because you watch them doesn't mean you know them. So, you know me as a player, but you don't know me as a person when I get on that stage. So just, keep that in mind. That's all. So, back to the Japan versus Tez though, because I want to throw that in there, because I'm really glad for me, sometimes when I don't know that stuff, ignorance is bliss, but I'm glad I know it, because don't talk about my emotions like it's the thing that controls me. Thank you. Mm-hmm. I just, this is a thing for me. But yeah, Japan was really good. I learned a lot. I grew a lot being there. Is there anything in particular you want me to talk about in regards to them?
No, I was just talking about how it's important to understand that you're not just playing a character each time. You're playing the person.
You're definitely playing the person.
You talked about like styles a lot. Listen, it is both. It is both because there's frame data involved. But it's talking about how playing the person matters so much. And that's the reason why giving backstory and insight to players before they walk on stage is important. Why talking to the players one-on-one is important.
And that's what we
not
did
just
there
watching
too.
their stream.
We did that after the matches. Like after the matches, we like both like whoever won or lost, we both talked about what we experienced fighting them. So it was really awesome. So we talked about like what we saw, like in the player, like things that they did, and there's a lot of appreciation there for both. So even though it was in Japanese, they translated, and I was like, oh, that's the response I gave 2 years ago. Well, I guess there's a reason why I forgot, because it wasn't that memorable. But at the same time, I'm glad I told people what's up, because I represent me. Nobody else is gonna do that but me.
So one thing I want to talk about quick is like when someone just brought up, I was like, I feel like they should talk about playstyle and less about history. So there's two parts to that, right? So whenever someone enters onto stage and it's their first time entering onto stage in the tournament, that's when you talk about history of a person. You're like, they competed blah 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 blah. This is what they've won so far. Like they're going into this hoping to rack up this many wins for this year. You talk about that very briefly the first time they enter onto stage. After that, you don't need to bring it up anymore. It's just making sure that the audience, because you have an influx of viewership, during times of tournaments. This is your time to hook people into the scene, right? So during a normal day for Tekken, let's say for example, we'll have an average of about maybe like 1,000 viewers. Sometimes we'll peak at 3K viewers if Eris or somebody larger streaming the game as well, right? So we're hovering around there usually, and sometimes we're around 800 at night, right? Like it just depends what time of day it is. During times of Tekken tournaments, though, especially World Tour, we can peak all the way up to 20,000, right? Sometimes like even like 10,000, 20,000 around that mark. During those times of tournaments, though, it's so essential for people who are just non-organic to the FGC to know about these people. This is their moment to shine, right? They paid literally like $500 for a plane ticket. They paid like an extra $300, $400 for a hotel room. They paid the entry fee. They're there spending all this money the entire weekend to play the game. And the training, right? They're spending so much time and money into this game, into their passion. It's their moment to shine. So their backstory is something that matters to them. And that's why, as a commentator, it's important to talk about it too, so that they can grow their audience, so that they can generate an income when they stream. So, for example, if I'm like, yo, Cuddlecore's walking onto stage, she just came back from Japan. She was fighting people in first to tens over there. Cool. She also was playing at X, Y, and Z. Yo, she just came back actually fresh off of the plane from when she went to go play in Last Chance Qualifier. Yo, she killed it out there, blah, blah, blah. Yo, you see her hair in a cute ass bun? That's what she do. That's how she come in 2020. Like, listen, right? Like, stuff like that, where it's like giving a little insight to who she is, right? Now you're like, oh, cool. Now I know who Cuddlecore is. She's been out here for this long. She's been playing in Japan, playing over like all around the world, right? And that, when you think of that now, right, as someone who's not organic to the scene, who doesn't know Cuddle like that, you're not might Google her. You might now check her Twitch stream when she goes live. I might plug in her Twitch stream when she's done, or while during the match, where I'm like, yo, she was doing that on her stream the other day. That's crazy. She busts out that tech. That's new tech for her. She was labbing that out. Stuff like that, where it can get those new people, that new 8,000, 10,000 people watching, and actually help her channel grow and help her grow as a player. That's the reason why backstories are important. Talking about gameplay during the match, extremely essential. Talking about mental state, talking about decision making, things like that are important. But leading into the match is when you talk about storytelling and the reason why.
It's very important. It gives them the background. It gives them exposure. You know, like you said, that's really important, because like the moment they get up there, you know, what do you know, like, and what can you talk about? And you know, it gives people a look into some like the newer, fresher faces of the scene. It's not just the same older people, the older generation, because there's a new wave, and that's in every FGC. Sorry, yeah. And then that matters. That matters. No, you make such a good point. You make such a good point. That's the way. I think that's the way. I mean, the way you talk about commentary sounds so ideal. Jesus. And you know, like
I worked hard, you know, to get where I am. And it's like the one thing that like really mattered a lot to me, even when I was getting like my first opportunities for like larger opportunities, right? When I casted my first Tekken Challenger top 8, right? When I casted my first top 16, stuff like that, right? Where I was casting with KCC, stuff like that, where it's like me starting to make my way up. Like, listen, I was not a strong commentator back then, but I knew what was important to me and important to the people around me, like as a player, right? Because I competed all the way until I started becoming a commentator. And what was important to people, for example, Fergus, right? I was commentating one of Fergus's matches. What did I talk about when he was going on to stage? Well, instead of talking about, like, for example, his tournament history alone, I actually talked about his country. I talked about the EU scene, because what matters to Fergus more than anything else is his Irish scene. He talks about that because it's his heart and soul. I talked about his locals. I talked about how he is like playing with all of his friends, how they're a very tight-knit community, how they're actually super like LGBTQ friendly. Like, I talked about all these things that matter to him. I talked about the EU scene as a whole. I talked about how there's so many strong players in the EU scene that like don't get the chance and opportunity to travel out to NA as much as they should, right? And this is back in like 2018, 2017 when I'm making these comments, by the way, right? So it's like, now we're in 2020, so now it's like everybody, EU's been popping now. EU was popping like crazy during 2019.
Yeah.
Right? 2019, they were traveling out like motherfuckers because it was like the $200,000 pot being.
They're like, we gonna be in there. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Wow.
So like, it's like making sure that but back before all that, right, was that Fergus was one of the only people traveling out. And he was like constantly in Tekken World Tour finals. And and the reason why I focused on stuff like that leading up into his match, even though I was fresh to commentary, was I knew it was important to them. When Cuddle walked on stage, I had to cast one of Cuddle's games, actually, when I was still a novice commentator, which was nerve-wracking. But she's going on the stage. And what's the first thing I talked about? I was like, yo, She is nuts. There's actually one clip that I have of you that like people clipped like crazy where I was like, yo, patience of a goddess? Like what the heck? She waited for that punish for 3 years. Like it's like stuff like that where it's like talking about her gameplay and like the what she's thinking during these times where it's like not talking about like, yo, wow, she's so patient here. She must have settled down her breathing.
From Joey Fury,
took
you're
her
so real.
emotions.
I got that
right?
from Joey, or you got that from Shadow, because Shadow's so patient. I mean, I did.
Yeah, right. It's no, I didn't. It was her. It was her being that solid, right? Stuff like that, where it's like people need to understand it's their moment to shine. And also for new commentators, a lot of the time they're trying so hard to break out into commentary, right? I was guilty of this at one point, right? Where like I would like talk a little bit too much on the mic. I was so nervous that I would babble. Like
You were overly nervous, so you yeah. Huh,
yeah, I was scared because I got feedback one time saying that I didn't talk enough, and I was like, oh shit! So I overcompensated, right?
You're over. But you're like, let me do more than enough. Then I got you.
Yeah. I was like, overachieve this shit, right? Like, that's the thing, right? It's like sometimes, like, and then it took a while for me to understand, like, there's a flow, right? That sometimes you don't need to be the one talking for something to get accomplished. You don't need the one to say everything, right? So it's like I let my partner take over parts. I try to figure out the flow. I'm very adaptable in commentary now. I don't care who my partner is. I can usually rock it out. Like, yeah, like, listen, the difference between me like casting with like KP, Markman, and some rando who just commentated for the first time, like, I can do it all. It's fine now, right? Like, it's Mama Alicia's here to take care of you, baby. Like, it's all good. Like, and they all have such different styles, and you just gotta match them, right? Like you gotta figure out what works for them. Like Mark is really chill when he casts, right?
He is.
So it's like cool. Mark's gonna be really chill when he casts. Like I'll be the hype squad, right? I'll be like, yo, we out here busting out seppukus like that. Oh, you nasty, blah blah blah, right? Yo, busting out with KP. KP starting to elevate. I'm like, okay, get it? Like letting KP like if he's on a roll, you let him go on a roll. You don't interrupt. You don't like do anything else. You just make sound effects in the background. Let them do their thing, right? Like it's like it's good. Let them talk.
Yo, now I'm picturing it in my head. Yo, we need to commentate together. Yo,
oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. We need to.
We need to. Like
So-
the hype squad.
Hype squad?
It wouldn't be your arm. I wouldn't rip off your arm. It would probably be like I take off your headphones and be like,
Tasty Steve, no, not even kidding. Like y'all think that's a fucking meme, but he actually pulls the shit out of your arm. Like he pulled. It was sore for 2 days after the event. Like that shit hurt, dude. Like he gets so hype. He holds on for, and he's buff. Okay, he's built. He's a built little man, and he just holds on to that motherfucking and pulls, dude.
Jesus.
And he's sliding out his chair, pulling my arm. I'm like, motherfucker, where are we going? Like.
yo, that's what they say. Be careful. Protect your arms. They say protect your arms.
Protect your arms, man. Like it's like he is wild.
I know they said it, but I didn't know it was like, yo,
it's actually real though. It gets real. It's not even like hammed up for the camera or anything. Listen, when he's pulling a rip like that, that's not exaggerated. He pulls that hard. I can fact check them for you. My shit hurt for 2 days after. Okay, like if I wasn't brown, I would have bruised.
legend has it that any commentator he commentated with never got that arm back.
They never got that arm back.
That arm was never the same again.
This arm out of frame now. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone now.
That's funny as hell, though. That's hilarious. Wow. Huh. Well, you know, the hype, the energy. And like you said, sometimes you gotta let them roll. You gotta let them build up the hype. Oh, yes, I definitely have to sock it at that point. KO. Completely.
And that's the thing is that like understanding that it's not your moment as a commentator is what made me elevate to become a professional commentator. Was that I no longer cared. It was not that I didn't care about my commentary. I didn't care about ever showing off who I was. I was there with the intent of being like, this is their moment and I want to show off their moment. And that's what rose me up faster than anything else. And it was no longer about, I want this commentary position. I want to make it. It was more of me being like, do you know what? I have this opportunity to show off the X, Y, and Z players who are showing up to this event. I'm so excited to do that. Like sitting down with them, talking to them, figuring that stuff out. Like it meant the world to me. And then that escalated to me getting top 8 at CEO and semifinals at CEO, to me getting top 8 at EVO, to me getting world finals, the final top 8. Like I got to do all that stuff purely for the fact that it wasn't just about me. It was about me caring about those people walking onto stage and caring about the game. And like I fought hard to build up myself to those moments. I fought hard to grow as a commentator, and it was also me accepting that I've had bad commentary segments. I've had ones where I wasn't good, and that's okay too. It wasn't okay at the time, but it's okay because I took those moments and I grew and I learned from them. Like there was times where I've been very nervous going into a commentary segment, and that sucks. Whenever you're nervous going into commentary because there's a lot of pressure on you, I learned now how to deal with that because I'm more in my own skin now and I'm more myself than I've ever been. And like if you look at my Frosty commentary for Soul Calibur was sick. If you watch that top 8's Frosty commentary, like I was feeling myself. I was having a great ass time. Like it was fun. It was a great time, that top 8 for Soul Calibur. But like if you look at some of my other stuff, there's times where I've definitely screwed up. If you look at me at CEO, I was rock solid. Top 8 for CEO. I was a little bit drunk, I won't lie, but I was killing that shit. That mic quality was straight garbo, but that stream was fun as hell. Like,
did y'all get the ring? Right? Y'all got the ring.
The ring?
The wrestling.
Oh no. We didn't get the wrestling ring. We got the main stage for in venue, but we didn't get the wrestling stage.
Wrestling. Oh, big bet. Just checking because I was like, how'd that feel? You know, being near that. But no, just checking. Either way, that is mad cool, and I really hope that they put Calibur in the ring next year because it deserves that. Ah! Baby, you disconnected.
Shit. You hear me?
Yeah, but it's like cutting out and stuff. But the screen is frozen. 1 sec, y'all. Okay, you're coming back. You coming back?
I'm back. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a little pixelated. You frozen again. Baby, come back. Baby froze again. Give us a second, y'all. Let me message her on what's that thing called? I said, what's that thing called? Discord. Girl, where you at? Her internet just did the thing. Can you all hear me though still? Or am I just gone too? Oh, big bet. Okay, so we just have to wait for her to come back. Let's see. She probably had to restart something. All right, let's see. Easy. Okay, good, Rice Ball. Give us a sec. Give us a sec. She's coming. I think she's coming back. It's just I think it's just her internet right now. But she definitely left the Discord. She left the Discord. Because, like, even if, like, because she's gone, she'll come back and it'll, like, kind of refresh itself, I think. And if it doesn't, she'll tell me to probably just refresh it, I think. There she is. Oh, we've been... See, I told you!
Hey, we're back.
I told you. Yep, it's our FGC Woke. This is our 5th episode. Once we get to 10, we're probably gonna, like, do, like...
My grainy as hell. I'm probably grainy as hell right now. My grainy as hell.
You're quite pixelated, like you're a PS1 game, but we're getting there.
Or a PS1 game.
Yeah, but even your quality is better than the PS1 graphics right now. You're coming in cleaner.
Listen, I'm cubism, okay? I'm a fancy ass art period, okay?
You're a cute cube though. You're a really cute cube. You're coming.
Very cute.
There you are with your gorgeous face. I was about to say, where'd you go? And you froze and you left me.
My internet just gave out. It was done. It had enough, bro.
Oh, is everything good now?
I don't know. It's good. Are we good? Are we looking smooth, chat? Are we looking
You're
smooth?
mad smooth. Smooth, mad smooth. Yo, Rush Down said you don't got a nose right now, though. How are you?
Listen, this big ass nose ain't going nowhere, honey. No matter how many cubics we got 30 million little cubes. I still got this big ass shit, dude. That's facts.
My grandma, she used to say, "Oh, you baby, you got my pug nose." I said, "What the fuck is a pug nose?" I said, "This looks like a fucking tree. The tree trunk." Grandma? I was like, Jesus Christ. Yo, coming from the period where all that stuff happened. You know,
Grandma cousin, you got a pug nose.
I was like, what the fuck is a pug nose? You know, because when I look, I'm like, it did not look like that. But then I was like, coming from the period where if you didn't have slender features, it was like, you look too black kind of thing. I was like, all right.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, you don't gotta say it. I know what you're saying. Like, because if my hair like this, she'd be like, baby, do you ever comb your hair? And I'm like, look, I don't want to call my grandma a bitch. But you, listen, bitch. this is combed. Like, it's just certain things like the clash there. Like, I try and be patient, because, she old. She's from that era.
You know what you gotta do? You gotta hit her with that. Wait, Grandma, you don't like me natural? Like, you gotta hit her with that. And then she'll be like, no, babe, I love you natural. Then Grandma, why are you judging me? Like,
I had to tell her that.
Hit her with the sad shit, bro. Flip it on her. She'll be like, no.
Because like she tried to say that about some little kids at my nephew's party. My little nephew had there was tons of little kids there, right? And she was like, their hair ain't even combed. Like, I said,
she was bullying children. Oh my god!
But she would literally be saying this shit outside. She would be saying it like, off in a corner somewhere, just hating on the side with a cane, just ornery and old. I appreciate her, but Jesus, I think my tolerance is so low for like those periods of periods in time where like people are still stuck in them because that's her way, and I get it and I understand that. My sister, my nephew was 7. My nephew is 7. It's been 7 years. So yeah, time really flies, honestly, Z, because I was like, he's gonna be turning now he's gonna be turning 7 June 6th. And speaking of that, they oh my god, my older sister's trying to have a party, and I'm like, why the fuck would you have a party? We are literally in a time where this is not the best idea. Like, also
family parties work. Family parties work. Just have anyone who's already in the house. Just have that. Like, you don't need more than that.
She's trying to bring mugs from outside of the house, and I'm like, I don't say nothing. I'm like, whatever, because like. But I'm not going because I'm like, my people, like literally my people, please, like, you all really need to understand. Like, they be having cookouts and fish fries and meetups, and I'm like, y'all need to sit the hell down. Like, this is what they're talking about, and it's killing us at a rapid rate. And they didn't even say.
I'm sorry, I smiled because you said fish fries. All I can remember was like my family doing fish fries. Yeah, that shit made me so happy. I was like, God damn, dude, I remember fish fries. Like, damn.
Fish fry is really good.
Fish fry is so good, chat. It's so good. Oh my god.
Fish fry. And then it's just the whole thing is just like, I'm like, I'm gonna love you from a distance, baby, and that's gonna be fine. It's just, I just, my patience, yet again, really low. It's like you can't tell people anything because they're too busy. Like, they want things to go back to normal. We're not in that stage yet. Why don't you wait a couple more months? Give it a second. But if people don't want to do that, like, you could wait till August. Why you have to do it now? Like, you can wait till September. Why you gotta do it now? Literally, he won't die just because he didn't have a birthday party, or like he didn't have a.
But he could die from having one. That's the reality.
Exactly.
He's 7.
Thank you. And he gets. And my nephew's immune system is. He's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. And I definitely do, like, they say, oh, he's sick and stuff like that. I'm like, he's still sick. So some stuff going on. Y'all need to. Keep it, just quarantine it to just y'all. But
it's like it's scary when they're young, when they're young. Like, it's like, what are you doing at that point?
And they're not even thinking about, and that's my whole problem. Like I always say, I love my sister, I love my brother-in-law, but they don't. They're kind of selfish, and they don't have to think about that way, but. They're so busy trying to think about, they want their normal back, that they're not thinking about the bigger picture. And that's a lot of people. They're selfish. They want the way the things were to come back. And I get that. It's hard. But think about the long run. Will you even be alive? And then, like, we have to think about that. And no, actually, speaking on this topic as well, with Corona going on, we also have other things going on too, like the riots.
Oh, yeah. So let's get into that today. So, we talked about like online stuff. We talked about a lot of the FGC. We talked about a lot of like this stuff, and then it's like, oh well, like Alicia Cuddle, why are you guys talking about this on FGC Woke? Why are you gonna be talking about what's going on when it comes to Black Lives Matter? We talk about these movements, right? We're bringing this up because our color doesn't go away, right? We're entertainers. We are professionals. We are gamers. We're part of esports. We're part of FGC. We're part of it all, right? But the thing is that a lot of people were like, and I get this a lot too. When I state my opinion on something, where it's like people lash back and they're like, keep this off my timeline, Alicia. I like you for your positivity. I like you for the fact that you're always like, being that upbeat, like, source of light in the community. And I am that. I definitely am. That doesn't change that. But it also doesn't change the fact that I'm colored. Right. That doesn't just go away. I am this no matter what. I'm content creating. I'm still colored. I'm out buying groceries, I'm still colored. Like, that doesn't change. And that's not separated from what I make. That doesn't separate from the content I create. I'm still a colored content creator. And though I don't bring it up, doesn't change the fact that I am. You
or
know?
that you're affected by certain things, you know?
And even in the gaming community, we're affected by this constantly. How much we're swept under the rug, how much we're not highlighted, how much we're not featured on front pages of stuff because we are colored. And it's better to highlight others. Like, that's the reality of the thing, right? And 1 month out of the year is not enough. Okay, February is not enough. You know, that doesn't claim equality, and I'm not okay with that. And you know, it's disgusting and it's hard and it's difficult to like kind of express all these things. And I've actually had a conversation recently with one of my really good white male friends, right? And I love him to death and he's a really great person, but holy fuck is he wrong. Right, so we're having a conversation and I'm always about having an open dialogue, and he's like, I don't want to be disrespectful, but I want to say something that's the opposite of what you're saying. I'm like, cool, let's have a discussion. Like, I'm not here to get mad at you. I'd rather try to change your mind through an actual conversation because I know you're open-minded. And we're talking about streaming, right? So we both streamed the game Spellbreak. We're both very active in the community. I focus more on growing as a player and more like in a competitive style. He's more personality oriented. And we're having a good ass conversation about about being female in this, like, in the game, right? And I'm like, actually, I really like this game because if I turn on comms, I usually don't get bullshit, right? Like, it's not as bad as me playing like CS or Overwatch, where when I talk on the mic, instantly everyone's like either really toxic towards me or like, hey, baby girl, right? Like, it's one or the other. But usually it's actually more hostility than anything else, right? Where it's like instantly like, yo, blah, blah. Like, if you're gonna eco buy me the op, I'm gonna actually get a shot, blah, blah, blah. Like, shit like that, where it's like, fuck you, I'm gonna buy my M4 and you can fuck off, right? It's stuff like that, right? It's like, it's weird. It's weird, but it's what happens. So when I was playing this game though, I was running into people who were weirdly like, in a very weird way, sexist. Like, it wasn't like the normal kind I'm used to where it's toxic. It was the kind where they thought they were woke, but they were saying really weird shit that wasn't.
God.
Like,
oh no, I know what you mean.
Yeah, one dude's like, I have 2 daughters, and the fact you feel uncomfortable because like what happened was my mic was connected to my web camera mic, so it wasn't registering through the game because I have that disabled. I only have my actual mic enabled, so they couldn't hear me talking, right? But I could hear them talking in game. So I was playing with one of my female friends, and we were squatting up together and just beating the crap out of lobbies, racking up wins. We already had 20 wins that day, right? 20 wins in the game that day, right? Like, we're gods. We're gods at the game. Yeah. So we're racking up wins, stomping lobbies, just having a great time, laughing our asses off. And she's always joining voice chat and talking to these people. I can hear them, but I can't talk to them because I didn't realize what my mic issue was. And the guy's like, wow, do you know what? It's so sad that she can't unmute herself because she feels like she's in an unsafe environment, you know? Like, and I have 2 daughters, and like, you know what? I want them to grow up to become gamers. I hope they don't feel unsafe in this environment like she does. And then my friend instantly goes, it's not that she feels unsafe, it's that men make her feel unsafe. I hope you realize that. Like,
because literally it's the men within it, like, it's the people within it with those kinds of mentalities that make you feel
me with the I'm sorry you feel that way.
I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry thing.
It gets worse. It gets progressively worse, okay? So we're getting later into the game, right? I have 8 kills. She has 10 kills, right? There's only 40 people in the lobby, right? And I get my 9th kill. He has 0, by the way, with only 1 assist. 0 and 1 assist for the entire game. He ends that way, by the way, right? So, and when I get my 9th kill, he goes, wow, you both are actually good at this game.
He said actually. He could have said, wow, you all are great at the game. Maybe I can play with you all sometime. He said, you all are actually good.
We literally killed half the game. We killed half the lobby. And he still was like, wow, you're actually good.
Hell
like,
sexist. Hell sexist.
Like, boy, you were literally implying the words actually good for a female. Why would you would never say that to a dude. You'd be like, oh, dude, you're sick. You're crazy.
Like, oh,
dude,
pretty good.
You're nice, dude. Like, no, you wouldn't be like, oh, you're actually good for a man.
Oh.
Like, shit like that's weird, right? And he thought he was being so progressive by being like, I want the best for women and I'm so proud of you for being good at the game.
but he was actually being like, I think he was trying to hide his uncomfortableness and how sexist he was. So he was like,
Like, it's weird. It's so offbeat where it's like,
and they're trying so hard to be progressive that they actually aren't attending to like the actual problem, which is, you know, you're still very uncomfortable with saying certain things to women because you don't feel like they're capable of being good in the space, but you're trying to be progressive, but you're not understanding what the true problem is. I think it's because he doesn't truly understand what the true problem is. But he's like, oh well, I know that people feel unsafe, and I wouldn't want my daughter to grow up in it. Well, that's not the point. You should be treating people with decent, like just with respect, and like for you to be like don't. I hate those kinds of statements.
and then like I had like another person who was in a different game with her and I, and like we're both playing this class where if we hit the ground we gain armor, so we're both doing that over and over again. And he starts to damage us, and we're like, dude. And she's like, dude, what are you doing? Please stop. We're just trying to get armor back. And he goes, you're giving away our position. She goes, it doesn't matter. They come to us, we'll just win the game faster. Like, just screw off, right? And the dude's like, you're both bitches. Blah 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 blah. blah. Just starts ripping off, right? And then I was like, oh, my mic's working now. Unmute. I just chew into this boy's soul. I'm like, no kill having ass, stupid ass, bitch ass motherfucker, shut the fuck up. Sorry, did you say something, bitch ass? I can't hear you over your bitch ass crying motherfucker.
You had it.
I'm like, I just kept going. He's like, oh yeah, if you guys fucking did down, I'm not picking you back up. And I'm like, bet, bitch ass, try me. And then she's in call with me separately inside of this, and she goes, he's walking into a team right now. I'm like, don't help him.
Oh my
Let him go.
Yeah, because you know he was hella hostile, and you said, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm a clap back.
Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Is that like it's one of those situations too where it's like now like I used to be a lot more passive about this kind of crap where men were really toxic in games and shit, like whatever. But like now it's even weirder because the time where I really get the actual racism isn't from that community. That community is more about like they're even not even that sexist, to be honest. They're not that bad. They're a lot sweeter than the other games that I play. Like that's 100% fact. They're not like Overwatch or CS:GO or any of that shit. But when I play fighting games, that shit's race sensitive, dude. That shit's it's racist, dude. The amount of times I get called the N-word in one stream while streaming Tekken. What? My camera's not even on half the time. I stream with the camera once every 3 weeks. Once every 3 weeks I stream with the camera. And when it's on, what's the first thing, bro? And it's not even in my chat. They whisper it at me. I leave my whispers open for the fact that, like, I always tell my community, hey, if you need somebody and you're not okay mentally and you need somebody, like, shoot me a message, right? I might not see it right away, but just know that no matter what, I want to support you. Even if we don't talk every day, even if you're not in my chat every day, I don't care, right? I don't care if you're in my chat twice in your entire life. Message me. I want to be here for you.
Camera's choppy.
Oh no. Is it disconnecting again? Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here. It's just choppy.
I hope it doesn't leave again. I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave, Cuddle. Am I still here?
Yeah, you here?
Okay, I'm scared. Hold me.
It's okay. Well, we got you. I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
I'm like, cause I'm still waiting. Like, I'm like, she's still here, no?
Hey, listen, this nose be gone though when it's blocky, so
like, I can kind of see. Yeah, I see you. It's just choppy. But you're here. You're here. But like the chat said, you're still here.
Okay, I hope it fixes.
Thanks for getting the subs to our lovely viewers in lay chat. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you.
Do
you
quick Cuddle shuffle.
Do. Oh, thanks for the whole Seppi. Hey, big bet. I feel like it's kind of coming back. I don't know why it's. I mean, are you okay with that? Like, as long as you can still talk.
I guess so. Yeah. Like.
Are you cool?
Listen, I'm just cube art. Okay, we'll just move on with me being cube art. Listen, I'm art. Okay, I'm art no matter what I do. And now the stream's trying to express it. That's all it is. Okay, we're good.
Thanks again, everyone, for the support and the biddies and everything, and the host. Like, I should have probably mentioned that halfway through the stream, but thank you so much. Okay, my bad. Continue.
Yeah, for those of y'all just tuning in now, just a heads up, we're doing FGC Woke right now. It's a podcast that Cuddlecore and I run. We talk about a lot of FGC news. We talk about Tekken. We've been talking about Tekken for the past goddamn knows how many hours we've been live for. We talk about literally everything, but now we're actually moving into more of a tense topic. For those of you who don't know, there has been rioting going on. There has been some really race sensitive issues going on, and we're gonna start diving into that. So I was kind of just talking about a little bit of segue about like lighter stuff that was going on, but one thing here on FGC Woke that we pride ourselves on is that we are advocates within the scene. You know, we say stuff that might not be the most brand friendly things to say, but we say what needs to be said, right? And we stand by what we do, right? One thing that Cuddlecore and I both did a while back was we actually deleted our TikTok accounts, right? We used to be on the platform. There was a trend where people were literally pretending to pick cotton, and this was not just like, oh, America doing that shit. No, 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 no. This trend trended in Asia and in Europe as well. This was not just an NA. It trended, and these videos were not taken down. Oh, well, Alicia, things can trend on TikTok without it being forced by the algorithm. Like, without it being forced by people, it's done by the algorithm, right? That was the counter argument made. I would agree with that, except for the fact that they take down any video that talked about being colored as, like, a colored person talking about being colored. They would take those videos down. And those weren't even trending. Those didn't even have the high volume of viewership. So if you're willing to take those down, but not the ones that are blatantly racist, then there's a problem. And that's the issue with the app. It's not about just the people creating that content. It's about how that content's not being taken down by the app, and they're not being penalized for those issues. And that's the reason why her and I deleted TikTok originally, right?
Yeah, because when we talked about it, I was like, oh my god. I'm like, yeah, this is actually a whole problem. And like black content creators not getting the same sort of recognition for like trends that they created. It started dances and other things. And how the algorithm was making it so that lighter skin or like white faces were put as were suggested first when you are to you when you open up your TikTok app. The For You page, and there's race. They talked about they were studying there was racial bias there because of their features, you know, being more Western and how that like you know that helps them with the app and all that. I mean, they didn't have to say it that's what it was, and yeah, they definitely were not giving that credit. Like I think it was like the Renegade dance or something like that, and how. It took the black content creators making whole movements about it to get the recognition that the girl and other like dancers deserve. Like, and it took black people having to do. I'm so tired of that. Like, no, we're not gonna sign petitions. No, they did something and they spoke up, and that's honestly what we've had to do forever. Like, we don't do that we can't do passive. It doesn't work. We have to literally do things forcefully, and that also includes talking forcefully. You know, people constantly stating the point. People like, you know, hitting these apps and these companies where it hurts, because it's like that's when I learned about all that. I was like, okay. When I talked to Alicia, I was like, yeah, let's we should probably just get off of this, because I was like, like this. It made me feel weird because I'm like. That doesn't feel welcoming to the black community. And
it's not. And the thing is, on top of that too, right, is that, like, you know, you might be like, okay, well, you're two girls who uninstalled the app. That's not going to make much of a difference for the titan that is TikTok. Listen, we're two people for now. Maybe some of you in chat decide to uninstall it. Maybe some of you guys decide to never get it, right? Let's say that, like, maybe that's about 1,000 people, 2,000 people.
Right.
When you start hitting numbers that are in the thousands, you actually start depleting from their numbers. And it only takes a few of you to start and for it to actually be a spoken conversation into existence, to make it unacceptable behavior. And when people start to actually boycott it and people start to actually choose to not support this kind of content creation, and I know there's some people on there who don't do stuff like that, but it's the fact of the issue is the app itself, not the content creators who are not doing it as well. You know what I mean? Because there are some who don't do that stuff, of course, who don't contribute into it in negative ways. And there are also black content creators who stay on the app who should be supported. But the thing is that you can't support the app in general and think that it's okay. Damn, dude, you get dropped to some bomb.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Thank
dude.
you so much. I always say Zalbag's name wrong. Thanks, Zalbag. I appreciate you for the gifted subs to the community.
Shuffle. Blurry shuffle.
Well, you're getting clearer, but I definitely remind me of a PS1 game, and I love this. The retro.
It's just an it's just an aesthetic choice, dude. Yeah.
I love it though. Thank you. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for supporting the content. Thank you. Thank you so much. But have a good weekend and stay safe. No, I mean, you know, we're around once every month. And I mean, and then we stream on our own time, but we both stream all the time. So you can always find us. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. So, yes, when it comes to TikTok, now that we brought all that up, so you guys know the backstory of why we got off of TikTok, here's a little bit more info. So recently, actually, as of today/yesterday, TikTok has banned the hashtag Black Lives Matter.
And I think George Floyd too, right?
And they banned George Floyd. You can't hashtag either of those hashtags. And it's like, guess what? I just want to put out there for a moment, though. If you ever put the hashtag White Lives Matter, that's not banned, by the way, on TikTok. Fun fact.
So I didn't know that.
Yeah. So it's not like they went through and just banned everything along the terms of that. No. It was just the Black Lives Matter hashtag. Or if you put down All Lives Matter, that hashtag is still allowed. No.
They're deliberately doing this. I mean, obviously, right? We knew when they were doing that cotton picking thing, and they didn't take down any of that, probably. And also they put the black content creators on the back burner. Yeah, this is not surprising, but it's the fact that like they don't want, and they know what's up over here. They know what's going on over here, but they don't want any sort of politics in their app.
I'm still dying to how blurry I look, motherfucker. This is bad. I'm gonna try to rejoin Call.
Yeah, rejoin because, you know, PS1, it's life.
What if I just try this? Maybe this will fix it.
Oh, hey, baby! You so clear? You PS5. You PS5 now?
Oh!
Oh, no, you go PS1.
Yo, we did a chat. No!
PS1, you're coming back. Wait, no.
Oh, what? Oh, with a vengeance? Oh.
I don't know what it is.
Maybe we moved to a server. Do you think? Oh, what server are we currently in? We're in US.
Are we East? Wait, can we do that? Can we change it?
I'm gonna change it to like Central. I'll start changing it to Central.
Ah!
Oh.
I mean, that was so much easier. I'm all Central. Wow.
Yeah, I'm just changing you to yours instead. Is this working now? We working now?
Yeah, you staying nice and clean. Hi, okay. PS5. You look great.
No, thanks. All right, so okay, no more pixelated Alicia. What's good? Okay. So yeah, it's like that's the thing about like that's insane, right? And yeah, it is a Chinese app. So the thing is, like in general, is understanding that you know, every person counts, and you choosing not to support TikTok content or the app, or you choosing to do stuff like that matters, right? Mm-hmm. And you know, and this is where Cuddle and I differed opinions a little bit, so we're gonna go into this topic next, right?
I was like, yay!
Switching consoles. I'm sorry, keep switching consoles on y'all, right? So this is actually Cuddle and I have never actually disagreed on something in FGC book before. So this is gonna be a pretty interesting conversation because we're actually gonna have like not like a debate, maybe a debate. Who knows? We never disagree on anything ever. So it's kind of cool to have that happen for once, right? So I guess the best way to do this would be for kind of like you to kind of state your opinion on this because you messaged me wanting to bring this up was about like Twitter and people talking about Black Lives Matter. You want to talk about it a bit?
Oh, baby, let's go.
Yeah. You start off, and I'll like talk about it after.
All right. Let me just plug this up. Okay. I'll talk about it now. Okay. We know that the brutality against brutality on Black people in regards to the police has been happening for a long time, and this was and with Twitter has been, you know, growing and been on and popping for a couple of years now too. So you know, Black people in the Black community, we've been stating for a long time when there's innocent Black people whose killers they never get put in jail. Like we've been fighting this fight for a long time, and a lot of the time we don't always have allies. There's a lot of questioning, like, oh, but did the victim do this? Did the victim do that? Did the victim have a record? And things of that nature. So we created, you know, Black Lives Matter, the Black Lives movement. Like we did that because, like, you know, we're literally getting shot and killed and put in jail over things that non-black people wouldn't, or white people wouldn't. Okay, so there's that part. So then with Twitter, not that I don't appreciate everybody really just rallying in, like really showing their support, but for me it seems like it's coincidental to me, some of the timing with why people are supporting it now. This has been going on for a very long time. Where were you at when any of this was happening before? But I it feels slightly like it's like the trend to do it. The trend to follow Black Lives Matter, the movement. Like that, it feels like a trend when something our people have been dealing with and been tired of dealing with for eons. And for them it just seems, and it doesn't mean that people aren't genuine with following it, it's just, where was all this at? And so my whole problem with some of it is, when I think about hashtags, I know it's to, get more exposure, but it's sad that it took us being in quarantine on lockdown because people's lives are now slowed down. So now they have to focus on this. Social media is a really big part of a lot of people's lives now because they can't go to certain places. They're not busy. They're not doing the same stuff. So now they want to pay attention to it. Now you want to pay attention to it. And it's not everybody, but it's just, where's this energy? Where was this energy before?
Well, so my opinion actually differs from that pretty greatly. Is that I don't mind that people are like for me personally, like it's like, yeah, where were they before? But at the same time, I'm like, I'm just glad they're jumping on now, And not only that, people who are, even if they're inauthentic about it, even if they're disingenuous about jumping on the hashtag, and they might be doing it for clout, some people might be actually doing it for that reason, who just genuinely don't give a fuck, right? Who know that they can ride on this train and get some clout, get some positive feedback. You know what? Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Do you know why? Because if you have a following and you do that, you might actually influence people who actually do give a fuck. And you might actually change some lives. And if you're doing it for the wrong reasons, but you're still doing it, I'll accept that. Because anything to make this the norm, to make it so that Black people are equal, and that is a norm, and that there's repercussions for your actions when you put them down on the street and put your knee to their neck, where there's repercussions to your actions for treating anyone subhuman, for challenging Black people without a reason, for having insane cases like this where time and time again this is happening because these police officers are acting irrationally, and that's the thing, is I don't want to be against police officers. I don't. There are good ones out there, right? And that's not me trying to say, well, fuck the police. I'm trying to say is that fuck the double standard in these people's minds, this race bias. And if it wasn't for people now giving a fuck, like, he's finally charged. He's charged now, right? There's a lot of cases where this motherfucker would never have been charged, where this would have been swept for months. We wouldn't get a charge for months. We got one now. And that is happening because, yeah, there's some people who are disingenuous hashtagging this, and it sucks to know that. And it sucks to feel that. But at the same time, I'm thankful for it, because the more we can make it normalized that colored people matter, that we're equal, that this is not some sort of thing where you can dig up everything in our past and validate this unjust behavior. Right. That is what makes it okay. And that's why it's okay for me when I see like Cindy Lou Who over there, who crosses the street when she sees a Black person at night because she gets scared. Purse. Don't forget that, and clutches her purse and clutches her pearls, right? But puts the hashtag out today. Like, listen, I'm fine if she does it because she's one step closer to taking the people around her actually follows the same footstep. Where it's like, do you know what? I shouldn't be fearing Black people like this. And I'm one of the reasons why people like this are getting shoved down in the streets with fucking knees on their necks. When other Black people getting gunned down in their car when they're in a fucking wheelchair so they can't get out of the car, and you don't listen to them and shoot him 86 times. When you have other people coming out here for no reason, for random searches, when they have no warrants, you can't search they shit, and you're still going. And because you tell them, hey, you can't search my shit, you shoot them anyways, you taser them for 3 minutes straight.
I saw that.
These are facts. These are situations that have happened. These are situations that have happened. There's been so much bullshit when it comes to race, right? And this is another thing that's come up too, where it's like, this isn't an issue over in Europe.
I hear that a lot. Why is that?
I live.
Why is that?
Listen, if you're a fucking colonial country, shut your bitch ass up. Okay? You're a colonial country. It happens there.
I see black people talk about stuff over there.
Colonialism, right? Colonialism is the most fucked thing that happened, not in history. You know what? It might be actually, because it led to slavery. That's what literally made slavery. Right. So it might be one of the most fucked things in history, considering, right? It created so much slavery. It created total countries being engulfed, right? And that's the thing, right? If you're telling me that, oh, well, we don't have a race issue here, yes, you do. You just don't understand the degree in which it's different. Because what happens is that NA has a different type of racism. And I can agree with that. The racism here is different. It is a different kind. But you are from a colonial country. Know your history. Take a book, motherfucker. Take a book and learn why your country is also fucked. Because that is not acceptable behavior to think it's not. And to put a cold shoulder towards it, like, well, I don't personally get it, and I'm not racist, and my friends aren't racist, and I don't see it that often, doesn't mean it's not happening if you don't exist at the inherent system that you're in, right? And that's the issue at hand. So, and that's the thing, right, is that every place has it. And if you're from a colonial country and you really want to say that, that means you are ignorant to the shit around you, and like y'all need to go bounce on over to that. So
no, I mean, like, let me talk about that for a second, because it's interesting you mentioned that, because, so, I hear black people talk about it. Like, pretty, consistently when it comes to Europe. So I'm like, it totally exists. They talk about that stuff. France, they literally had, like, I mean, they've had protests and things in regards to, like, religion and I believe race too. So that's definitely that, you know, anybody who says it doesn't exist, they're not trying to look at the problem. But yeah, so yeah, no, I completely get it. Yeah, just because it has a different look, a different face here, doesn't mean it doesn't exist in other places. And that's my whole thing. Like, I totally get what you're saying, because it's like, or they make it seem like, you know, oh, America's just so, I'm like, nah, y'all got some stuff over there too. Don't make it seem like it's just.
And that's like one of the things too, was that like when we talked about like when it came to like FGC events and people saying like racist shit at those events, right? Is that I got this a lot when we were talking about this on, I think it was podcast number 3.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it was 3. Podcast number 3, when we talked about racism within the FGC, when we talked about like, yeah, racism and this discrimination in this nation. There's discrimination in this nation. That's whatever podcast number that was, right?
I mean, I think it was 3, maybe 3 or 4.
It's 3 or 4 podcasts, right? And that episode, when we were talking about like racism within the FGC, do you know how many people from Europe were like so hurt that we brought that up? They were like, "We have never in Europe," and I'm like,
I'm sorry, who?
Pretty sure 3 German dudes from the German scene called me the N-word. I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Who are actually active and play in the scene. They're not even like some randos online. They're people who compete, who are going to your events, who called me the N-word with a hard R. Like, are you sure in your FGC that there's no racism? Are you sure? Do you want to come get your mans then? All 3 of your men's? You want to come get them? Because I feel like you are off on this one, Chief. Like,
because Kalis even talked about it too. He talks about it on his, I can't think, Twitter, his Twitter channel. Yep. Twitter page. He talks about it, and he literally shows it. He makes it it's no mystery. Like, he doesn't make it a mystery. He shows what it is, and that's the whole. That's UK. That's not like. It's got very similar faces. Whether we talked with sexism as well. We talked about discrimination, and that has a heavy tone there too. And they talked about that too. And you were talking about it with some people from the EU in the chat last time.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hell exists. It's not like some land of milk and honey. Look at that shit. That's how that works.
they're like, oh, it's so different. But come on, Alicia. It's like, and like, man, NA's so sensitive about when it comes to race. We're nothing. Like, no.
Like,
If y'all still out here calling me the N word, y'all still shitty. Don't be acting like we all need the shit pot together, okay? We're all out here like having problems. We're all out here having problems, right? The difference is that you only got like maybe like 100, 300 people showing up to your tournaments, right? Versus us having 1,000. Right, that's the difference. So it's like, that's why we get more race sensitive shit going on versus you guys who only might have like 3 to 5 cases, right?
Right, because it's
fact is you still get 3 to 5 cases.
It's smaller, but right, that doesn't mean that the doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So that's like the whole thing. Like, oh, no, for sure. Kind of like branching off on that, like kind of going back to like what we were talking about with the with just like the hashtags and things like that. Even though I feel the way I do about it, I like you were kind of mentioning, like it kind of reminds me of like, exposure, getting the word out there, showing that this exists. The more people who see, the more people that document this, it shows even more so that it's not okay, which is good. I'm stiff about it. I am very protective of my people, and I think about it in regards to like, okay, yeah, this is the way for you all now, but when it happens again, will you have the same energy? And that's my whole thing. If you're going to support, that's great, but keep that same energy when this happens again, because this won't be the last time. And I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm ominous, but I know, because it happens too much. Did you see the whole list of names, all the names of all the people?
Yeah.
And some people don't even get the same justice. Oh, what was her name? What was the young lady's name? Breonna Taylor. Her killer didn't he, like, nobody, like, she got shot. Like, she was nobody did anything. Like she didn't get any justice, which is the case for so many Black people. I remember, I kind of want to just throw a situation out there, and I was like, oh my God, this is the closest I've ever been to something like this. You remember Sandra Bland? You remember her?
Oh my God! Yeah. She hung herself 3 days after.
Right. Which I really don't think, but I don't think she hung herself.
I don't think she hung herself either. She looked dead. They photoshopped those photos like crazy. Like, we saw the before and after Photoshop photos. Did you see they put out our phone footage? Her phone footage is finally out.
Yeah, I didn't see all of it, but where can I find it? Is Facebook?
Yeah, no, I just saw it today. I've never seen her phone footage until today. I only ever saw the dashboard cam. Like, in the phone footage, it literally shows her being like super chill the entire time and him not feeling threatened. And it's a whole new perspective. It freaked me the fuck out. Because, like, I knew the situation. I watched the dashboard cam before, but I've never seen her own perspective until like today. I'll pull it up for you if I can later on. But oh my God, it was eerie. It was eerie. That mugshot, if you look at the mugshot, her eyes are literally rolled upwards. Like, she's not looking into the camera because she can't, because she's already dead.
And
yeah,
that actually, like, that whole situation, it was a couple years ago, right? Like maybe 4 or 5, maybe less. I don't know. But that her sister actually was literally in the chair next to me when I was getting my hair done, and she was talking. She was talking about it, and I don't know how she kept that together, but she just seemed so cold, and understandably so, because the footage that we also were shown was that her sister, Sandra, not footage, but like more information was like, information's always revealed afterwards or whatever, that she was like, that she had like mental disorder or something like that, and that she was like taking something, which still, they applied force to a woman who was like, supposedly it was because, she was like doing something about a traffic violation, something like that. And I'm just like, but just being that close to the situation, you're like, this is why we need more people. Yes, we need more people to be on board, but I just want people to keep the same energy the whole time if you're going to. Oh,
yeah.
What's wrong?
Sorry, something I want to correct really quick was just Kendo says all from a left turn signal, right? No, basically what happened was one step further than that. So what happens is in the actual dashboard cam footage, she she literally states what happened, and he agrees with her. So this is what happened, because this is fucked. The fact that he didn't disagree with this just proves that this is actually what happened. So he was tailing her. She's like, I sped up because you were tailing me, and I felt nervous, and I decided to pull over. And when I signaled to pull over, I did it in one motion, and then now we're here. So I signaled wrong. No, she forgot to signal. Sorry, she forgot to signal when she pulled over. That's what happened. But she pulled over because he was tailing her.
Right.
So that's literally what happened. So she didn't even do anything. She just didn't signal because she pulled over because he was tailing her, and then she died for it. And that's fucked. And she states that in the goddamn dashboard cam footage. And that's the fucked part.
Wait, I'm trying to. Where's she? Because the jail they brought her to was like the worst jail in America, wasn't it? One of the top 5. Because like Louisiana, it wasn't Louisiana, but you know, like it was something. It was a really bad jail too.
And it's like, how did she die before you even got the mugshot in? Right? That's my question. How did, like, that's like, where was the disconnect, right? And the thing is that, like, when you watch the whole scenario from even her perspective now with the new cell phone cam footage out, oh my god, like, his hostility towards her and the weird part was it de-escalated. Like, he's like, you seem very agitated, ma'am. She goes, well, I am. Like, why was I pulled over? And then he's like, oh, could you please put out your cigarette? And she goes, wait, why do I gotta? I'm in my car. It's my car. And then he's like, all right, step out. And that's the reason why he made her step out, because he wanted to feel control. That's the only reason he made her step out of the car, by the way, was because she said, wait, why do I have to put up my cigarette? It's my car. That's all she said. Right. And that's the reason why he opened her door and said, get out. And that's when she started, and that's when she had her camera out.
That whole thing.
So,
used to fight as hard as possible to get not one. Oh, of course. I mean, yeah, there's gonna be those people who really would rather get an N-word passed than to do anything to actually help black causes. They want to be black. They want parts of the black culture, but they don't actually want to be part of the causes, the things that we fight for. Oh, that's old as time. you like, how does somebody say it? Something, I forgot what it was, but yeah, of course they want so badly to have our culture, but they don't want to even help out the actual people who built that whole culture and many of the things that we have today. But you know, that ain't my business though.
Yeah, and it's like, I know someone earlier in chat was bringing up like how even in Canada, right, like that there's a lot of race issues in there too. It's like there's different layers of race issues within Canada, right? Because we're technically like, we're seen like how US is like a melting pot is what it's referred to as, because it's turned into the US culture. Canada's known for being a mosaic where you're supposed to respect one another's cultures and individuality, right? So it's a bit different. You don't become like fully, it's not considered like you're becoming fully like just a Canadian. You're becoming whatever you are and Canadian at the same time, because it's a mosaic, right? That's the whole way our country is formed. But the bigger issue at hand with that is that the suicide rate for Indigenous people is insane. Like, they have the highest suicide rate, 86% suicide rate in comparison to any other suicide rate within Canada. 86.
Jesus Christ.
What does that tell you? Right? What does that tell you? Right? And that's the thing, is that like that is staggering. And that is like, okay, well, how can it be such a large number if there's so few First Nations persons? Like, how is that possible, right? How does that make sense when the large demographic of Canada is white, is Caucasian? That doesn't make sense, right? It shouldn't make sense, but it's happening, right? And that's the thing people need to reflect on, is that is happening, and that is true. And it's like, what do you do now? I don't know what the statistic is. That's a very old statistic, but I'm not sure what it could be now. But the fact that was at one way at one point, well, actually, as when I was studying in university, I found out the statistic. That was a thing at one point is fucked. Another thing that's fucked is actually in Nova Scotia, when it came to slavery and Emancipation Proclamation, then emancipation later on for the states, was that people who were once enslaved were promised land, as you probably all know from history class. I'll give you guys a short, mini 2-byte history lesson if I can here. If you guys want to look this up on your own time, good for you. But if not, I'll try my best to kind of summarize it for you. Is that people were promised land. So they were actually promised land within Canada. In Canada, there's a place called Africville, which is located in Nova Scotia. And Africville, the location of this land, is actually next to a quarantine hospital where people who were diseased would go to, not next to the hospital itself, next to their waste dump site. This was intentionally done so that they could kill off the black people passively, so they could put more people into the land. That way they were still giving away land to black people that they were supposed to,
Bad land.
owe for, yeah, that they're supposed to owe for slavery, right? As their payback. So they're like, okay, we're promising you land. They gave less land than they promised, but since they already have put all their income, all their means to travel to this land, there was nothing else they could do. And since they were living in one room with 11 people within those rooms, which you can actually still go to these locations, by the way, 11 people would be living in one room together, and they'd be dying because they're, one, next to a waste site for diseases, and two, they're all living in such close proximity that if one of them got sick, it was a death sentence for all of them.
Everybody was gonna get it. Oh my god.
And that was happening.
They set it up that way.
They set up yeah.
They said, yeah, we're gonna give you your land, but we're gonna put a little loophole in there. We're gonna give you shitty land and then put you next to like a waste. Like you said, like a waste area, right? Like a.
Yep. And then what happened was, in order for survival, there became black communities. So different things that started to really come into fruition was that there's different areas and settlements. There was Preston, North and East Preston, which basically became two of the large. They're still black communities to this day, right? And the thing about those two locations, when you walk into Preston, you are home, right? They don't care if you don't live there. They know if you're black and you walk into Preston, they treat you like family, because that is the way that they survived in history. It is ingrained into them to love each other, no matter who you are. And if you had beef with someone else from Preston, no matter what, at the end of the day, you'll turn around and still love them. If they are struggling, you will still give them that loaf of bread they need. Like, that's the thing. That's the thing about that community, is no matter what happens, that they stuck together through it all. And that's the reason why there was survival of black people within that area. And the saddest part is that, like, Nova Scotia tried so hard to delete that piece of history, to delete that land, to change Africville's name. But people would not let them change that name because they need to understand what they did. Right. And that cannot be erased, right? And that's the thing at the end of the day, is that people don't understand that this race issue can happen anywhere. Canada, where people think everything is good and dandy, it's happening there too, right? And that's what people need to realize. It doesn't matter where you are. There's something happening. You're just not looking into it enough. And that's the fact of the matter. Unless I gave you this history lesson, you guys wouldn't have known about that about Canada.
I wouldn't know shit about it. I'm glad you said something. I mean, I knew there were still race problems there, but it's nice to know background and history. It's important because not everything, just because they don't show certain things doesn't mean that shit don't exist. It exists, and maybe it looks a little different, but it's still there. In history, it's important. Also, I mean, speaking of history, I really, what they teach you at school is not really much of anything. A lot of that extra history, the real history, you have to learn through books. Things that I was taught by my own parents. Things that I had to research on my own, articles, things like that. They definitely, your history teachers, your social studies teachers are not going to teach you that. You might have to go out your way and take a Black Studies class if you really want that.
That's true.
I read books. I read Black literature because of my mother. She made sure I was very well read, and I found myself really relating and understanding the what it means to be Black in America, especially during the Renaissance period of like the Harlem Renaissance too. How their ways of dealing with the oppression, dealing with like Black pride and wearing that in a society that really was not welcoming of it. Like reading that literature was so powerful. Like people like Langston Hughes and things like that. But I don't know if she was during the Harlem Renaissance, but it was just another book that I read, or just another artist, Ralph Emerson. Sorry, there's another person, and then there's so many other people. Give me a second. But anyway, the Black literature is really important if it's going to open up your mind in regards to like understanding the history of your people, which it does include the literature, whether it's talking about the history before or if it's talking about like their own stories. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna just something really quick. We talked about this in a previous episode. I'm gonna bring it up right now. Two
This
things.
guy.
Two things to bring into this, right? Is listen, if you're ignorant right now, which is not supposed to be an insult, it just means that you don't understand the situation, you don't understand why something is the way it is. I'm gonna try to educate you so you understand why. And this is not to me be offensive. This is not me saying like, oh, you don't know anything. It's like, no. This is me just trying to make sure you understand the reason why things are the way they are. And I'm gonna talk about the N word right now. Okay. So the reason why the N word is used by Black people, right? This is important to understand, is that the N word is used by Black people to show power over the word. It was a term used in order to discriminate against a group of people. It was used to bring them down. The reason why the word is now used as a kinship, when using it towards someone who you share a bond with, towards somebody else who is of your own skin tone, someone else who is a part of that with you, who shares in that culture. The reason why it's important to use that is because you're taking back the power from the word. How it was used to objectify and belittle a group of people. It was used to objectify and belittle people in times where they were not even considered human, right? And now people are taking the word and they're using it for themselves to take its power back. The reason why it's inappropriate for other races to use that term is because other races were using that term towards this group, towards this demographic, and that's why it's not okay. So when you're using that word and you think it's okay, like, oh, it's people who are Black are using it, they're using it in endearment. I mean it in a nice way. I don't mean it in a rude way. I'm just saying it because my friends are saying it. It's not okay. The reason being is because you're forgetting the history of the word, of what it actually means and why your friends are using it, and why culturally they're using it for that reason. Because in that moment when they're messing around with their friends and saying it, it might not seem that way, but it actually is. It's them taking the power back from the word and making sure that history doesn't repeat itself by showing that that word can't segregate us anymore, that it is a part of who we are, that it is a part of our language. And the reason why it can't be given to others around, why others can't use it towards them, is because that is segregating them back again. And if you're Black and you choose to not use the word, that's fine. That's your right to choose to not use the word. That's completely okay. But this is the reason why other people are choosing to use it, is because they want to take power back over this. And that's why when people are saying it one-on-one to each other, it's okay. When people are using it in their songs and they're feeling heated or they're feeling endearment towards somebody and they're using it, that's okay. Because that's their way of dealing with this. And that's acceptable for their way to deal with this. If your way to deal with this is to not say it at all, that's on you. That's up to you. That's good.
That's your personal choice.
That's what you choose. Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's totally fine.
But also I'd say but it's not fair to shame other Black people though for using the word, because I also know that there are people who literally turn their nose down at Black people, other Black people who turn their nose down to Black people who use the word, and it's like, you know, but if you understand the origin of it, I don't think it, you know, it's no need to turn your nose down or to think that you're better, but there's a certain connection to the word that they have. Compared to you, maybe you just associate with it because, you know, of the meaning. But for different types of Black people, they see it differently. They have a different connection with it, and I really think it just depends on the person, the Black person. But yeah,
that's the thing though, right? Is that some people are still bringing up in chat like,
oh,
listen, if you think that it's not okay for some people to use a word and others to use it, you're not looking at the history of the fact, right? You're actually being entitled in the scenario, right? It's because you feel entitled to use any words you choose to use without repercussions. There's repercussions to any actions you do. If you say stuff like, excluding the word, if you say crazy ass shit, right? Not even talking about the scenario, just in general, you say crazy ass shit, right? There's repercussions for your actions. And that's the thing, is that you have the right to free speech. You could say dumb shit. You could say terrible things if you wanted to. You could harass somebody if you wanted to. That doesn't mean you're not going to get charged with harassment. That means you're not going to get charged with hate speech if you use hate speech. That's the thing, is that there's still repercussions for your actions. Doesn't mean that you can't do it, because you can still use your mouth if you want to. But that's facts. Is that if you're cool with holding that L and doing that at the same time, sure, then by all means do it. But that doesn't mean that you should.
Oh, you mean like the situation with Sarah Blast, that kind of thing? Oh
yeah, exactly. That came back.
No, I was just being 100. Like, she used it, and there's consequences.
Yeah, there's consequences, right?
There's obviously consequences for, both LTG. But I'm talking about Seroblast right now. I'm talking about Seroblast. The use of it.
Yo, man, she almost went back to that LTG rant again. Y'all almost felt that. That was like, listen, we had 2 podcasts on that already, baby. We gotta.
No, I'm not sure. I was just saying that the point I'm making is the consequences. That's all. The consequences. That's all. I don't have a band finger. I'm good. I'm fine, right? We good? Yeah. Because I can't read everything.
So that's exactly it, Speed. That's exactly it. That's the thing, right? Is that people don't realize the reality of the severity of the issue, and it's heartbreaking, and and that's the thing though, is like I understand for those people who don't understand the history yet, who don't fully get what's happening now. But that's the point of this, is that we're trying to open up minds, We're not trying to change your mind by all means. We're trying to just let you know other perspectives, let you know the information at hand. And if you choose to evolve from that, and you choose to evolve your thinking from that, that's dope. That's great. That's awesome to hear. If you choose not to, that's still your life. You know what? Live your life. But at the end of the day, we're just trying to say our piece. We're trying to explain why things are the way they are. We're trying to explain what we can do to better things, and that's respecting one another and respecting that some things you just can't do, right? And it's, and everything starts with you at the end of the day, right? And we can talk about how, like, literally no movement can happen unless people are involved. And sure, they might be in the thousands, sure, they might be in like the hundreds for every movement, right? But how do you even make 100 people? You need 100 people.
Right.
Like, it takes 1, 2, 3, it goes on. Like, you need those people to commit. And if you start suddenly saying, well, I'm just one person, so it doesn't matter. Well, now you're one person less that takes away from that 100. Yeah. You're one less person takes away from that 1,000. And that's what it makes up. So that's the fact of the matter. The one issue too, with history books, to talk about this as well for a little bit, is that history books are done in different styles. So there's things called Eurocentric history books, was what Canada's taught out of. So Canada's history books are called Eurocentric, where within them they're biased towards whatever Europe did because of colonialism. And though we're in the modern age where that shouldn't be happening anymore, we don't actually get a non-biased version. We get this very skewed version because of that. So it's like thinking of stuff like that is very important. Where you're getting your information from is important. Understanding what your news sources you're listening to. Where is this coming from? What are these sources? Who are these sources getting their money from? Understanding all these things when you're receiving information helps you when you're becoming a critical thinker. And it's he who has the golden guns wins the war, right? So it's like, at the end of the day, now in this day and age too, it's not just about the golden guns. It's also about who has the strongest media outlet. And that's your new gun. Words are your gun. And that's the problem, is that these media outlets who are subsidized grossly have a massive word out there. And you need to be able to take that moment to be like, cool, these people are funded by this group. I might not be getting the full story here. Right? And to take that moment to be critical. And listen, I'm not trying to say like all news is bad. I'm just saying take a second to take a step back and think about what you're absorbing information wise. If it's being objective or if it's being biased. Because at the end of the day, a lot of things are biased.
Yeah, the news, especially when I turn on the news, Chicago, known for it was known for a lot. Its art was one of them, but known a lot for like its gang violence now, just violence in general. But the way they push these stories on the news is sad. With the black people, they'll usually show it looks like mugshots, and they don't really and the way that they'll frame the stories even, or how much time is given to maybe a black person going missing. But they'll definitely show more so of the negative, or they'll show just that kind of crime all the time, and it's like they definitely try and push something. They definitely try and push that image, that stereotype of black black gangs, black people killing black people. They always talk about it. They always do. But yeah, even the people they choose to interview is something I noticed. They want the most stereotypical kind of like look that they're going for. Like they think maybe like they speak with like a slang, or like maybe they like, yeah, like especially the slang part, or like maybe they look a little more like what's the word, like a little more dirty. But they'll use that too. They'll use that too. I know I'm not crazy, because I'm like, I see it.
No, exactly, yeah.
And you know, like you said, like the media, they will. You have to really consider your outlet, the news outlet you're looking at, because it's meant to condition people. So.
And that's the thing too, right? Is that like some things are over glorified. That's the thing is, right? That's actually a great point. Is that like there's no such thing as non-biased information, because whenever someone speaks something into existence, it is from their own perspective and from their own opinion, right? It's just being able to be critical of the information you're getting, to have critical thinking skills. And that's all we're asking for, right? It's just to like challenge what you're being given so you can understand. That's why when you guys ask questions that might seem like a little bit problematic, right? That are a little bit offbeat, we don't get upset with you. We just try to talk about it, because at the end of the day, right, is that you're trying to think critically, you're trying to challenge your own thought, right? And sometimes
you're better at it.
Yeah, nobody will actually be disrespectful OD, right? Like, no, it's insane. But like sometimes, right? Some of you guys are just genuinely like, I don't understand why this is an issue,
and that's fine. But
yeah, because
quick on
we're trying to be here to help you think critically. We're trying to be here to give you other resources, other information of why something is the way it is, right?
Is that the Tiger King? Is that the Tiger King? That the Tiger King. That emote is the Tiger King.
Oh Lord.
I'm so serious. Lord. Java has. But sorry, back to the point. Yeah. No, you're right. Like, you know, for those questions that are actually true, like they don't understand, you know, we're here to answer. But for those that I really, oh gosh, you can usually tell the difference. You know, it's just sometimes I'm like, is this borderline just being an ass, or do you not actually know? Because you're literally starting that. Because the person who was in here earlier, they already came in here all types of complaining because we didn't change it to chat and chill. And that was a whole thing. When you come in a certain way and when you have a certain tone too, I'm like, you want to start shit, or like you actually want to listen and you genuinely care to, or you actually want to be involved in the conversation, or you're just trying to start shit. There's a difference.
Yeah, I mean, because like in reality too, right? Is like if they tune in for 2 seconds and they're like, wait, this isn't Tekken, but they don't realize why this is in the Tekken section, then they just haven't listened. That's the reality of it, right? Because one, we talked about Tekken for 2 hours straight.
Thank you, baby. Thank you.
Two, we talked about how there's racism within the FGC. 3, we talked about how no matter what, even though like I'm a professional commentator for Soul Calibur, you're a professional player for Tekken, that we still can't turn our color off. We're still colored at the end of the day. Yeah. It doesn't change, right? And that's why these issues relate to us gaming 100%. It's no longer just a chat and chill. It's a part of this profession. It's a part of this industry. Mm-hmm. And to ignore that doesn't make sense, because it's a part of our lives every single day, every single moment. You can't turn it off. I can't turn my color off. I can't tell my dad, like, hey, stop being born in Ethiopia. Hey, mom, stop being born in India. Real quick, thanks. Head your asses over to Europe. TYTY, right? I can't do that. That shit can't happen. Like, it is what it is. Right? And that's the thing, is that like that's why we are in this section, because it's about this. This is it, right? That's why when we stream games, like we're in those sections, because it is always about that. It's like, why? Wait a second, Alicia. Like you're talking about life when you're streaming sometimes. You know, you're talking about old stories from when you were a kid, but you're playing a game, but you're talking about old stories from when you're a kid while you're not just chatting. It's the same concept. It's the same concept.
Right. It's still Tekken. It's still Tekken. It's still FGC content.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, question. Says, I have a question. Do you think the use of a racial word may normalize it in society?
It depends. If it's used by the group that has been segregated by the word, I believe it can take power back over the word. There's certain slurs that, like, even when it comes to like LGBTQ, which for those of you guys who don't know, I'm a part of, that like some of us will use it jokingly towards each other, like certain slang terms, because it normalizes it and it feels better when it's not used to oppress. And it's the same idea when it comes to the N-word. When it comes to words like that used within the group that is segregated, using it to take power over the word rather than having it used to being separated by others is what makes it, I guess, more of a normalized version for themselves. But I wouldn't say that it desensitizes them from it hurting more, but in reality, it doesn't actually desensitize them. It actually does still hurt when someone else outside of the group calls them that. And I know someone earlier was like telling speed kicks actually, which bothered me a lot, but I didn't bring it up till now, was that they were like, hey dude, you're making this like, I think he's either taking this like emotionally or something, making this personal. This is a personal matter.
Right.
Like, listen, and like he spoke purely from a very respectful standpoint, but it's an emotional matter regardless.
Wait, was it that person that
I have no idea who the fuck said it. All I know, it's like, I'm sorry that he can't turn his color off for you to have a conversation. Like, what do you want?
Do you want him to
like,
be
what
a
do you
robot?
want?
Like what, is he not supposed to feel anything? In the fact that, like, and I kind of think I saw a little bit of what he was saying earlier, like Speed was saying, like, you know, being afraid to even walk out of your house because the clan's like 30 minutes away, like outside of, like, you know, like they're around, like you're afraid to leave your house kind of thing or something like that. When I think he was in Georgia or something like that. Yeah. But, you know, being afraid and seeing your people dying, Of course you would feel something. Of course you would.
And that's the thing though, right? Is that there's one thing where people are like, oh, you shouldn't have emotion going into a debate. That's bullshit. Have you ever been in a good debate before? If you're in a really good debate, that's a lot of what happens in there. There's facts that's ignited by emotion, and that's what helps you win a debate properly. If you have ever been in a true debate, and that's the thing, is a lot of people don't understand how debates actually work, is that they go, well, in a debate, you know, you should be objective, you should bring up your points. Yeah, you do have key points, but how else can you make a proper argument without actually having an investment into the argument, right? And even on debate teams, right, is that when you are fighting for a side that you don't agree with, right, where sometimes you're given a topic that a side that you don't agree with when you're on a debate team, like, you need to think about that too. It's like, cool, like, I don't agree with this, but what would I know as a counter argument to what I'm saying? And that's the thing, is like, you need to think about shit like that too, where it's like, that's a part of life and it's scary, but everything people do, you can't even turn your emotions off. And whoever tells you that is stupid as well, because you can't turn that off. You're a human being. You're experiencing constantly. And though he's being extremely civil and was just stating a point, he wasn't even being like, yo, fuck you, bro, blah, blah, blah.
You're being emotional, bro. What, because he spoke from his experiences? Is that what makes it?
Like, that's so whack. Like, come on.
It's hella whack. It's tired. That's what it is. That's tired.
It's tired. Yeah. Like,
you ain't gonna sit here. It's just kind of like,
you sleep. Wake the fuck up. Get woke, motherfucker. Like, goddamn.
Stop sleeping. Stay woke, as you always say.
Yeah, stop sleeping. Stay woke.
Yes, because it's like, you know, the thing is, whenever we talk about our experiences, it's and this could be anything, but we're talking about race. We talk about race and the things that our people actually go through. It's seen as being we're seen as being aggressive, or, you know, you know, just take it easy, man. Why are you getting so hostile about it? So because I'm stating my concerns here, because I'm truthfully, like, you know, expressing maybe this pent up, like, fear or stress that I have from seeing it all the time on the news, seeing it in front of me. Maybe some family members have died from it. Like, and I try and get it out. I'm trying to emote, you know, I'm not even allowed to because maybe my friends don't get it. Or maybe, like, certain people don't get it. And it's like, no, like, it's so, that's why it's so great to be able to talk to people and explain these things. It's so important.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me set this the fuck straight real quick.
Baby.
1, pride in color, yes. 2, when I say the term we can't turn our color off, it's because I'm talking about satisfying cultures that say, oh, but we don't see color. Oh, wait, but like, I just want to view you as just a content creator, not a colored person. I'm saying is that don't view me as that. View me for what I am, for me being colored. That's what I'm talking about. I have a lot of pride in my heritage. I know a lot about my people's history. I can trace back my roots for goddamn generations, okay? No, don't be saying that, oh, anyone who says that term clearly doesn't have pride. No, it's talking about the fact of the matter is people tell me, oh, you're a content creator, Alicia. Oh, please don't post about like political shit like this on my timeline, Alicia. No, I am colored. It's who I am. I talk about it. It doesn't turn off. Yeah, I'm always going to be colored. And I am happy that I'm colored. And I'm proud to be colored. But it doesn't turn off. So don't talk to me like I didn't, like, that's the thing. Don't fucking come at me and don't talk to me like I'm not proud of my shit. That's facts. I am so proud to be who I am. I am so proud to have a dad who was born in Ethiopia. I'm so proud to have a mom that was born in India. I'm so proud to have two parents who raised me with ethnicity, who raised me with the knowledge, the respect of my history, to respect others, to understand what it's like, to teach me how to talk to authority, who taught me how to deal with people, who understood that, hey, teachers are going to be racist towards you. You're going to have to hold that. But this is how we deal with it, okay? We rise above it. We get educated. We get better jobs than them. We drive better cars than them. We show them up later on in life. We hold our tongues now so we could rise above them later. And that's the thing my parents have taught me. And that's the reason why I'm proud of who the fuck I am. And to say, like, oh, anyone who uses that term is, who anyone who uses that frame, that's that phrase, that's putting out the idea that if you could, you would turn your color off. No, because you don't know where the fuck I come from. Okay? That's facts. Listen, I said that in the notion of the context. If you listen to the context of the term being used, of the situation in which I used it, was saying that people were addressing me, saying, hey, I don't want you to see this in my feeds. I don't want to see this in my timelines. I don't want to see this in my Tekken section, because they don't understand that I am never not colored. And that's the reason why.
Because, yeah, like you said, you can't turn it off. That's who you are. It's not something you erase, yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Your girl went off. It's 11 p.m. and my poor neighbors. This is not soundproof. My poor neighbors heard the whole thing, the whole rant, both sides, both neighbors. These walls are thin. I hear them fucking like bunnies. They totally heard me. There's no way they didn't hear me. I feel so bad for them right now. I was yelling. Yelling.
It was necessary to state. It was very.
Yeah, my poor neighbors were like, "Yeah, we get it. You're colored, bitch."
Like, yeah, I mean, that's once every month she has this conversation right here at this time.
Yeah. Oh god, you know what? It's about the end of the month. She's gonna go on her rant again.
It's about that time. No. Like, I'm.
She cooking up today though? She gonna at least like bring over some jalfrezi though?
Like Jesus. No, but like legit. Like, I'm glad. Like no. If something needs to be addressed in the goddamn motherfucking chat, then address that motherfucking shit.
Yep.
So that's good. That's really good. Something in the translation though. Sometimes kiss has to be. I know. I get the yeah. Yeah.
My dad's two things he always said to me was, if someone punches you first, you punch them back twice as hard to teach them a lesson. End that shit. And the other one was like, listen, like, never throw the first blow. Listen, don't. And also my sister always taught me never leave a paper trail. Those are the three things I learned from my family right off rip. They're like, never leave a paper trail. If you need to fight somebody, do it over call. And don't plan the call because they're gonna record it. Do it suddenly. That's fine. That's the shit I learned from my sister. 1, 2. 2. But I also learned.
I'm fucking dead, dog. I'm fucking dead.
My dad was like, listen, like, if you ever throw the first hit first, they're gonna come on you 3 times harder. They're gonna beat your ass down for it. Not the person themselves, but whoever they're gonna get involved into this. Why? Because you are colored, and you're like, you know what? That's okay, because you come from a rich heritage. You come from both. And he would tell me legends of my grandfather. I never got to meet my grandfather, unfortunately. He died when my dad was 19. And I got to hear these amazing, rich stories of how my grandfather, like, he worked in the British embassy and how he cared for colored people, and how even when he was done all of that work, he decided to become a high school teacher because he wanted to influence impressionable minds in an area that was predominantly white, to teach them about why it's important to respect colored people. And he helped breed generations of people by teaching, even in a high school, just to formulate their opinions on color at a younger age. Yeah, he could have taught university level, but he chose to teach high school. And that was crazier to me, was seeing a man who rejected a higher paying job because he wanted to influence younger people that badly. And it's so beautiful to see, and that's the thing, is that I come from that kind of family, ones that teach you that loving your roots, loving who you are, and on top of that, like, coming forward into the future. And it's this, something I never really brought up on this before, but a genuine thing that breaks my heart that I know I'm gonna have to do someday, which my parents did for me as well. And I'm sure, Cuddle, your parents did for you. And I'm sure if anyone who's colored, your parents have done this with you as well, was how to talk to authorities,
They did.
understanding, you know? And it's like, as a parent, I'm gonna have to do that same shit. My kid's gonna be colored, right? I'm gonna have to sit with them. I'm gonna have to teach them how to talk to authority, you know? And that's scary. And that hurts. Cause, man, I don't even got those kids and I love them shits already, right? Like, I love them.
You said
And
you'd have like, well, you say like, I don't have like
I,
10. I want like
I want to
8.
have like I want to have a little village.
I said,
Like, no,
damn.
no, actually, I want 3, but I want a little village. I
Three's a
want
good
20
number.
kids. I want to pop out babies like a goddamn factory.
I was like, damn. Literally, it's gonna be like a whole family. Like, you know how
you
bunnies
have to
have
run
a
the
ton
farm.
oh my god. You know, I was like, wait, I could see that though. I was like, all the love to give though, all the love to give, all of it. But you know, having those kinds of conversations, it's like you know, because you think about like, okay, I was given this conversation, and then the fact that I think there's that sense of doubt there because we don't think that it's going to be any better, but where we wouldn't have had these conversations, and I'm sure, like, you know, and when we get a bit older, like, maybe we won't be at that point, but it's good to prepare them, and I think it's necessary. But you know, I've also thought about, like, do I even want to have children? And it's like, I think about it in the sense that, like, I don't want, something happens, it'll be on me because I chose to give birth to them, and I don't think I'm ready for that. I don't think I am, just personally. And
it's one of those things too where it's like, when it comes to like having a kid and like wanting a kid in life, is like, I know, like, we're going to go a little bit like over to the side for the topic wise, but it's still relevant to it. Is that, you know, if we live our lives in fear, are we really living? You know, and is that really the progression that we want? You know, to live life in fear and to breed fear and to continue this fear cycle, or to even stop our own lives isolated by this fear, right? And that alone is an even scarier thought, which is like, why, for example, right? Like, where he's like, I'm scared to have kids in this day and age where stuff like this is happening. And it's a real fear to have, of course, but isn't that allowing this oppression to technically win in that scenario? Because they actually are instilling fear to the point where we don't even feel comfortable to have children.
to expand our our culture, our people. That's what it would do. It's a good point.
So,
I just had to make sure I'd be mentally prepared for that because I don't know if I would be.
I don't think any parent can mentally prepare for something terrible happening to their child, no matter how much you try. It's about understanding, like, what can we do to lessen the risk of something like this happening to them. And the fact that we still even have to do that, I know it's terrible that we have to, but in reality, it's like, that's the whole point of all this, right? Is that what this conversation came from, is that, like, we want to create a world, like, and yeah, it's not going to happen in a day, it's not going to happen in a week, it's not even going to happen 5 years from now, but over time. And it all starts with yourselves, right? It all starts with who you are. Maybe the next generation might get it right. Maybe the generation after that might get it right. Who knows? Maybe global warming will kill us before we get it right. Like, you know, it's who knows? Who knows what's gonna happen? But at the same time, it's like understanding that, like, how the hell can you preach about change if you aren't even changing yourself, right? Not going to just.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe for me, I don't know. I just feel like with kids, I'm not sure if I'm ready for that. That's a huge step. That's something really big for me. Building my own legacy and other things, and still reaching different generation, like the next generation. I could still do that, but maybe if I felt less. It's really hard. I'm still gonna do my thing and build my own career, but the thing that part is really hard for me. You know, and maybe I'll get past it, but it's hard. My cousin, she died. Like, she got shot. She got killed. She was like in 8th grade, and I don't know. I think about her mother and like the pain that she suffered through. I don't know. I thought about it, and I don't know if that messed me up, but I don't know if I could actually ever really prepare myself for. I love something so much. It came from me, and now, you know, because of whatever, maybe, you know, and then this was black on black crime, actually, by the way. yeah, it happened, and I mean, I'm just thinking about it, I'm like, if I lost my child like that, anyway, like, but specifically like that, I don't know, or some sort of violence, some sort of crime, some sort of racially charged one. I just think about it, and I think there's parts of me that, like, I think that's a part of my life I can't really tackle, not right now, because it scares the shit out of me. It's crazy because I can do all this other stuff. I can go outside my comfort zone for everything else, but that's one thing I am literally frozen dead about because of past experiences. My cousins, they were little boys at one point. They wanted to go to school. They wanted to go to school, but the system failed them. Their own mother failed them. They all had different fathers. Some of them. It's like and then like in jail and stuff. I don't know. Like for me, I think about. I'm not like their mother, but what if it was something else? Something I chose to do. And because of my decision to do that for my kid, something happens to them. It could be something so small. I don't know. I'm genuinely afraid. It's hard. I can't. People talk about children. You want some at some point. Maybe. But Jesus, I'm so... And I think about some of the things I dealt with. Being shamed by my own... Like a certain side of my family because of my hair. Because of the way I talk. And all that, and think about if my kid goes through that, how mentally scarred and fucked up they could be. And then how will I approach that as a mother? There's so much shit. I don't know. I think about all of it. And no, I don't want to stop me. But I think that's one part of my life I'm not ready to open up the wound back on again. That's all. It's hard.
I think what scares me is like, even raising like a colored daughter, right? Where it's like, the shit that we've gone through, right? The shit that we've gone through, and like how do you explain to them like, hey, people are gonna fetishize even a son, oh my god, a son, people are gonna fetishize your race, people are gonna look at you and be like, they're gonna see you as a hot piece of meat, and for your dick, they're gonna see you as that,
right.
And sometimes people are not gonna focus on the merit of your character, and they're gonna hypersexualize you. And turning to my daughter and being like, hey, people are gonna talk about your ass 24/7, and like, my parents had this conversation with me about my body. My mom did, actually. My mom was like, people are not going to see you as a human most of the time, right? Like, they're going to see you as a fetish. And I'm like, what? Different term in the language that we speak, but very similar, like, meaning. And I'm like, what is that? What does that even mean? Like, how? Like, what does that mean? And she goes, well, like, I'm Indian, and you have very, like, Indian features, and people sexualize that. And I didn't understand what she meant. She goes, then she kind of went on her own spiel, like, men suck. Spiel. Moms. That old mom energy, where she's just like, men are the worst. Don't trust anyone.
Yo, my mama, she be talking like this.
Wait till marriage.
My mama said this. Our moms are the same person. Boom, I knew it.
Yo, my mama, could she take that, that rope they use for turkey legs, and they tie it together?
Yes!
She could wrap my legs.
Yes!
If she had the chance, she'd do them shits.
Yo, I love that.
She'd be like, this bitch is not gonna fuck today.
Like they were keen set on nobody touching this flower. They were like, they said, oh, not wait to marriage, and I'm like, it's funny for a while. I used to think that was like the thing. I'm like. And I'm glad I didn't wait, because I'm like, damn, I would have missed out on everything. I mean, that's the point. You find out about your sexuality that way.
Not that dick is everything, but just saying.
You learn about yourself, what you like, and also something, you learn about yourself as a woman, too, as a person. Communication as well, like the languages that you speak when you're in bed with someone. But all that stuff. And you learn about yourself, what you like, what you don't. Being passive, speaking up, it's actually like a journey to womanhood.
What color this course is Mama Core? Oh my god, I'm dead.
That's why I never had this talk. Like, and if we talk about men, we never talk about men when my dad's in the room.
Oh no, you can't. I'm the opposite. My dad's always like, so who you with? Who you date? What's going on with you? And he's like, who's a girl? Who's a pretty lady? And I'm like,
She's like,
Because now, because before he used to always assume I was a guy, and then he feels bad because he always assumed, and I usually was dating a girl at the time.
So he was like,
So now he just assume it's a girl to like be woke. And I'm like,
oh, he's trying to, say, hey, I'm here for you, kind of thing.
yeah, that's like his way of doing it. He's just like, so who's the girl? Who's the lucky girl?
Well,
huh?
is a whole man. Is a whole man.
The whole thing now. Sorry, Dad. This is a switch up.
Shout out to Rich in the chat.
Fucking Goodreads. So unfortunate. And he
didn't low parry.
He goes, oh, it's 50-50. Wake up. Okay, I got this. I got it. Okay, so they went high the first how many times? Okay, they gotta go lows this time. Nah, he eats a counter hit 3 wake up. It just sucks. He had to hold that shit. He's like, fuck, I pressed.
Yo, it looks like our families are pretty fucking similar in that sense.
Unlucky.
Because I was like, and I was just like, what's the big deal? What? I'm like, it's really not, I said, Mom, Dad knows I'm not a virgin, right? I said, I've been done with that shit. And she's like, well, yeah, your father. I said, God, I'm like, oh, he's so fucking sensitive about my fucking body. Like, he fucking has control over it. I said, the fuck out of here. I'm like, I've been fucked like 8,000 times. Not literally 8,000. I made that choice. But that doesn't mean, like, I didn't mean it like that. I had a couple partners. But the point I'm making is, like, why the fuck did
she must know real numbers, my dude. She must know real numbers.
But what's the point? The point being is that it's my body and I'm an adult and I'm a responsible young woman. But I don't know why you worried about my shit, because it's my shit. I own my shit.
Yep.
But that's just me. I always wonder, like, dads being so sensitive about that shit. Like, what, because you think that all guys are the same?
I don't know, listen. Y'all ever seen, like, a dad with that old-ass black energy? It's my dad, right? So my dad used to fucks when he was a kid. Okay, he was in a band. He used to fucks, okay? So that's the thing, is about my dad, right? It's like, my dad is just, like, he's all about, like, we never would bring this stuff up. But later on, I was like, Dad, like, I know you had dog days. I know you out there fucking. He's like, what? I'm like, listen, okay? Listen, I love you, Dad. We were grabbing a beer together, actually. It was one time we were grabbing a beer in Toronto. And he's just like, I was like, listen, Dad, I know you're out there.
Right, he's not
done.
just, right, yeah.
So don't be looking at me saying, like, oh, I'm waiting till marriage. Like, you know damn well I'm not, okay? And he goes, yeah, I know.
Just for his peace of mind, he was probably like, okay, yeah, but I know she ain't. Like, come on, like,
you got whooping that day. No. My dad. The thing about my dad and I, right, is that we used to not have like a tight relationship. Like, no offense to him, I love him to death. He just worked 3 jobs growing up. Like, he was putting food on the table. That was his objective. He was like, I want to pay for school and I want to help them get through life. I want to help them get settled. I want to help them, like, with everything. So he worked 3 jobs. He just wasn't around because he was working so hard. And I love him and I respect him 30 times more for that. I worked damn hard too. When I was in high school, I worked 2 jobs and I ended up working 3 jobs when I was in my senior year. Like we all worked damn hard to get out of the hood, right? I lived in the heart of the ghetto to the point where there's literally people getting murdered at the end of my street. Not even an exaggeration.
It was right near you. It was
literally like not even like, it's actually was like, so we lived right next to like the dead end of the street, like at the crescent, and like that shit would be right there because there's a pond right next to it, so people would try to dump the bodies in the pond, so there's just constantly cops in front of my house, right? So like that shit was crazy. And like the thing is that like I grew up working with a really hard work ethic, and my dad had this really hard drive, so we just never really got to talk until he got diagnosed with cancer when I was in high school. And, his life slowed down where he was no longer working because he was in stage 3 and he had stomach cancer and he was pretty much like gonna die. So he's like, I want to build a connection with you now. Like, I want us to get close. And I was like, I don't really know you, my dude, but I'm down. Like, let's try, right? So we got to know each other, but it wasn't so much like a daughter, like father relationship. He became like my best friend. And I know that's like super like weird because normally it's like you would have like a parent relationship, and I'm not the kind of person to be like, yo, what the fuck's up, Dad? I'm not that kind of relationship. I'm not like that kind of girl, right? I got respect for my parents. And I never brought up like anything crazy or outlandish until I like became my own person, moved to Toronto, and I see him once, like twice a year at most, right? Now when we hang out together, like, yeah, he's like my best friend. And like we're all grown and we talk about life. He tells me about his problems, and if he's having a problem with the missus, which is my mom, he tells me, and I'm like, let me go talk to her. I'll see what I can do. Okay, like
And,
I got your chops, old man. Like,
and that's
you
what
know,
and it's great to have your kids for that too, because like they do soften, they do sweeten you, especially if you and your significant other having a little patchy moment. Like that's the beauty of them, because your kids know you too.
Yep.
And that is, and I've done that myself. I've messaged my dad and I'm like, hey, mom's having a hard time. Be nice, okay? And I put like a cowboy like smiley emoji, and like he won't say anything, but he'll sometimes my dad is just really blunt, and my mom, she's like me. She you gotta soften the blow on things. You gotta be a little nice. You gotta warm her up. You gotta warm somebody up first before you just go, you're annoying the shit out of me. Something like that. Like, like, but he doesn't say that. But, I'm just saying, giving an example. Like, but I'm like, just be a little sweeter on her these days. Because, my mom was sick for 5 weeks. I probably didn't talk about it much, but she was sick for like 5 or 6 weeks. And at some point, my dad's like, he was the one who was pretty much driving her kind of like back and forth from like the hospital and stuff. Like when she did need to go. And he was like, he was getting really tired. Because, like, he was doing a lot for her. And he kind of like, was like, he's like, you still sick? Like, he was just like, and she's like, I can't help it, Dad, I'm sick. And he's like, but Dad, you always sick. I said, Dad, that's the last thing Mom needs to hear. Like, I understand the feeling, but I'm like, that's the last thing you say. He's quite blunt.
Damn, girl, you still sick?
Like, he really, and my dad barely gets sick, dude. He barely gets sick. But like, no, the point, like, like, when I was like, hey, and then he gave her like a hug, and she's like, oh, and he's like everybody needs a hug once in a while. And I said, damn, that was like the rarest fucking out of character moment your ass gonna have tonight, aren't you? Because I'm like, shit. But I get it. My bad. I get it. I get it. I don't want to be like that though when I get older. I want to be sweeter. I don't want to be too blunt.
I know. I listen. I'm already starting to get there. Like, I started off sweet. You met me when I was sweet. Now I'm slowly going downhill to feisty. It's gonna like I'm one of those crazy ass motherfuckers when I'm married.
No, but man, you great though. Like that, it looks good on you. Blunt honesty, that it looks very good on you. It's a good look.
Thank you.
Yeah. But I mean, like, it doesn't mean that you're not still there. That part of you isn't there. It's just you come into your own even more so. This is who you are fully. Doesn't mean you don't have those other parts of you, like the more quiet, shy Alicia moments. But like overall, like you have come into your own as the person you want to be. And I'm probably still learning some things about yourself. But this is you. This is the full version. The evolution. Still you. But evolved. Huh. Oh, for the raid.
Great.
I would like to eat some pizza soon. Should we do some closing thoughts here?
If anyone in chat has any questions, this is your time to ask. We'll be answering questions for the next like 10-15 minutes. That way Cuddle can go eat pizza. So if y'all ask, then we'll get this party started.
Hey Sibs. Oh, okay. I'm 25, gonna be on a nice fresh 26. How about you?
Yep, still here.
How about you? How old are you?
How old am I? I am 23.
Fuck you. Fuck you, bitch. I'm like 25 too, right? Nah, I'm 23. She said that. Look at her. It's okay. We know you young.
The face of youth and chubby cheeks.
I mean, you look really young though. Like, you still look like you're kind of like maybe like you first year college.
Oh my god.
Yes!
I think it's the short hair. I honestly think it's the short hair. And I'm living for it, okay?
I love your hair.
Because like I used to get mistaken for like late 20s all the time, but when I chopped off my hair, everyone instantly thought I was younger, and I'm like,
the longer hair is like it's like a certain like mature look. It gives like it ages you a little bit. Yeah, it does.
Now people like constantly think I'm younger, and I'm living for it because I finally like,
you're like,
it's like constantly people would guess that I'm like 8 years to 7 years older than my actual age, and it used to piss me the fuck off. I'm like.
Hairstyles definitely do that. Hair, like the way they shape the face stuff. Yeah, but this hairstyle, it really shapes your face like in the way that like youthful, very youthful. Like the chubby cheeks, like very youthful. Yeah.
I know, right?
Heart shape. It's cute.
Thank you.
No thanks.
Squish.
Wait, do we?
This is a Q&A section? Yeah. You can ask your questions right now.
Oh, how are we doing? How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there. I mean, I didn't stream today because like I'm probably gonna stream after this, but like I didn't stream today because I was like so so like shook from everything, and like I just need like a time to like chill out.
Mm-hmm.
I feel a lot better after talking about it on here, so feeling better.
Like you said, that's the whole point of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is our space to do it. We do it pretty damn well too. I think these episodes are really, we're always getting down to the nitty gritty, but I think we get better and better at the problem solving and like the talking about everything, like what we need to at the same time. It's very healthy. It's a good place, and everybody gets to talk.
Yeah,
everybody.
Is it therapeutic? Yeah, because like a lot of the issues that we talk about are stuff that her and I, because Cuddle and I talk all the time, to be honest with you.
Me too.
Except for now recently, because I've been streaming like insane hours every day, so we have been talking a little bit less than usual. But normally we have like a call once every Tuesday, so like where we just talk for like way too many hours, right? And like, and it's one of those things where it's like instead of doing those, sometimes we bring those topics into here, we save them. We don't even have the conversation in that call. We'll be like, yo, let's bring this up on the podcast instead. And like, we'll actually vent about something that we've been feeling that's been pent up that we normally would talk about separately. We talk about with each other there. And it's kind of like talk like here with you guys. And it's I don't know, it's really refreshing. It's therapeutic to a degree.
Yeah, I agree. It is. Sometimes I do like having those more intimate talks where it's just me and that person, like, or me and Alicia, because God knows I don't need 8,000 of y'all mugs. I love y'all, but sometimes I need my one-on-one with my baby cakes, and I need to talk to her, because it's something like really like that hits me a certain way, and so I need to like, because that's what I don't want everything I feel to be recorded, because
yeah,
and that's fun, because like I know I'm a streamer, so we know, you know, that's the life,
yep.
And that's fine. But at the same time, some emotions are so precious that I need to be able to talk about them there with like a good friend, like my best friend, one of my best friends, Alicia. And like I want to have those private moments, because I don't want the world already sees so much of what I fucking do. They see me at my worst and at my best. As a player, as a streamer, those you can't avoid those things. And sometimes you just want to be able to be a human and without being criticized. So you talk in private. Like when I had my breakup, I had homegirl, like I talked to her so much. And I didn't tell. Why would I tell anybody about that? Like that's just not like, it's a very personal topic. So I talked to her for like hours. Mm-hmm. Because it literally made me break down.
Multiple days in a row.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. I almost forgot about that. Yes. But like, you know, it's always appreciated like when we can't talk about certain things on here. But certain things,
yeah, like a lot of the time too, it's like it's just nice to like have like someone in your life who gets completely your perspective, you know. And that's the thing, is like at the end of the day is that, you know, Cuddle provides a perspective that most people can't have, like just from pure experience alone is what I mean, right? Like I know a lot of you guys are respectful, a lot of you guys are very open-minded, you know, we're both colored women who play video games, and sometimes it's just nice to have that perspective and talk about relationships, talk about life and stuff like that, just because we fully get it for each other, and it's just really refreshing. So, so about did you forget? That's not what happened. That's not what happened. You missed the rest of that story, dude. I'll retell that story some other time on my stream. I want to do it here. It's actually the opposite. I did not ditch him, which involved me not getting laid that night.
I missed the whole freaking conversation.
Yeah, Fergus cockblocked me at an event, and this was like 2018.
Goddamn Fergus.
Yeah, you got it, Fergus.
Hi, Rushdown. What's up? What's your question? Ask away. Hi,
McPanther. Hashtag play spell break. Yeah, play spell break. Hey.
Girl, I swear you don't know what a break is. You be running on it. Like I respect it.
Oh man, I grind that game so much. Yeah.
I'm so proud of you though. Like I'm hella proud of you, and just like how good you've been getting at the game.
Thank you.
Yeah. You've been telling me, like, you know, you're telling me about you know, stream that you've been doing. You just talked about it on here, and you know, you're killing it. But you know,
thank you.
I always felt with pride when you talk about it. So. How often have you met somebody for talking about women playing? Oh, never. I haven't. Alicia, haven't you?
Sorry, about what?
Oh, sorry. Money match somebody for talking reckless about women playing video games. I thought you money match somebody, but I don't think it was probably for that.
I'm trying to find who said what.
Rushdown. My bad, hon. Rushdown. I don't know what the wrong one. No. Wait, is that 10?
How often y'all take money matches for somebody talking reckless? But oh yeah. Okay, actually,
yeah.
So let's talk about each one. Okay, cool. So there's so I'll talk about Summer Jam. There was 2. So Summer Jam 2018. There's two motherfuckers, right? Both came into my Twitch chat. Both were like, "You can't play for shit." And I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Fuck you." So I was like, "Put your money down." They're like, "What?" I was like, "What event you're going to?" Summer Jam. Bam. Done. Right? So go to Summer Jam. First attend this motherfucker. Right? Right? Beat his ass 10-0. Right? What's the first thing he says to me? I don't know Eddie like that. So also, I got the wrong lever on right now, and I don't like P2. I was like, so ready? I said, well, okay. Do you have your other lever with you by any chance? And he goes, yeah. I'm like, cool. Take the time and switch it. Oh, wait. I'm not going anywhere. Switch your lever and take P1.
Oh,
double or nothing.
Yo. And you
so Alicia made $100.
Damn.
Alicia made $100. He played Ling and tried to drop into AOP from range 2. I'm gonna just cartwheel. I'm gonna forward 3+4, you stupid ass.
Of course you're gonna get launched. Yeah, hell yeah.
Wow. Remember kind of like I told you down, back, 2, 3. If you don't fucking block it, you're an idiot.
This guy. Yo.
That's that motherfucker. That's one of them.
But it's natural combo though. It's natural combo.
Fucking counter hit, bitch ass motherfucker, stupid ass motherfucker.
That's why you key charge. You key charge and you do the strats. You know the strats.
You know the strats. Like you're cooking in the kitchen, bitch. Like the fuck? Ridiculous. Okay, so another story from same tournament. Had somebody who was like, oh, blah, 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 I saw you play against Joey Fury. Yeah, you got cooked. I'm like, yeah.
Excuse me?
In person says this, right? I'm like, yeah.
Wait, who says it?
Some rando, dude. He just saw me and he's like, yeah, you got cooked against Joey Fury, right? Blah, blah, blah. Eddie mirror matched me. And I'm like, okay.
Let's go.
It's like, one, by the way, motherfucker didn't say hi, get better social skills. 2, bet. Right? I'll go fuck. I just want $100 off this other mug. Like, I'm cool with this.
You said,
I got money to lose. It's fine, dude. Like, I was like, I'll throw 20 down. That's fine. Like, I already got that free money. Like, so I throw 20 down, and I'm playing against this guy, and this guy doesn't know the Eddie mirror match. He knows Eddie. Like, I'll give him that, but he doesn't know the mirror match. Like, he doesn't even know that you can launch back through. Like, listen, he goes into relaxed, and I back 3-3 relax on punish.
Right.
Because that's a pickup.
Yeah. Wow.
And he sees me doing it, and he doesn't punish me with it back. What? Wait, you saw me punish you with it. So why would you not pick up that that's a punish and do it back to me later on in the set? It's a 1st to 10. You have time to adapt.
Oh.
Stupid.
Oh.
Stupid.
But the thing about, but you're giving him too much credit. Like, he is scrub. For doing
oh
that.
My God.
See,
oh my God.
See, he tried real hard. See, you don't say. Also, there's a certain type of etiquette people need to have, because there's no way he should have came up to you and said something. Oh, I see you got cooked by Joey Fury. Well, I see you got cooked in pools, bitch. Fucking want to fucking talk?
Okay.
Like, you know
Yeah,
what he said?
it's even more because I was in winner's side when I lost to Joey, so I'm even more like, I still had another match to play after that. So I'm like, what the fuck are you? Get the fuck away from me!
Why would you say
like,
that shit?
Like,
was it Summer
what
Jam?
are you doing?
That was Summer Jam.
Yeah, this is Summer Jam. This is
I
stupid.
was like, let's go, baby.
I literally walked off stage, and this motherfucker said it to me the first thing as soon as I walked off stage. I was like, fuck you. Like, what the fuck? Get away from me.
Shit. Like, you have hella stories of ignorant
people.
Like, you know, it's just some. Like, I hate.
It's so whack. And then, like, oh my God, that's another good money match. Oh, there's two stories about money matches from Combo Breaker, but lack of money matches. So what happened was they were talking mad shit about me in Soul Calibur, right? Mad shit about my commentary in Soul Calibur, saying I don't know how to play the game, and I was like, okay, bet, money match me then, right? And I was like, here, you pick what event are you going to, right? Tell me which event you're going to. I'm going to all of them. I don't give a fuck where you are. You tell me where you are, I will be there. Both of them said Combo Breaker, right? I'm DMing them. I'm not even doing this in general chat or in my Twitch chat anymore. I'm whispering them. I'm messaging them directly to make sure this shit happens. I'm like, no more while I let this shit slide. No, fucking put your... And listen. Even if I lose the money match, right? That's cool with me, because at least I show up. You know, at least I fucking show up, bitch ass, right? So I put the money, like, blah, blah, blah. One of them goes, hey, I couldn't make it a combo breaker, couldn't afford it. I'm like, fuck you, deleted, right? Instantly, didn't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, right? Listen, I understand financially if you guys can't make it to an event or something, but if you're gonna call me out on shit and then not show up, fuck you. 2, right? Next guy goes, yeah, I'm here. I'm like, perfect, I'm here too. It's a 24-hour venue, bitch. Show up. Tell me, right?
Fight
He
me.
tries to message me at 3 a.m. I'm still in the venue, motherfucker. Where are you at? I'm standing by the setups.
He punked
Nope.
out.
He punked out. He punked out. And I'm like, I have no idea what he looks like, right? So I'm just waiting there. I'm waiting there for him. Bitch ass did not show up. I went home. I went to the Airbnb after. I was like, yo though, like facts. Like, what did I say? What the fuck did I say though? Like that's the thing, right? Is that people don't realize that like I will show up. And if I lose in the money match, that happens. That's cool. Like, I'm cool with holding that L and be like, yo, do you know what? Damn, I got body. Like, I actually have lost a money match before. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I lost a 4-5, which fucking sucks. But
Right,
anyways.
you know, it's still hella close at least. At least he didn't lose really
sucks.
flat out.
But at the same time, though, right? It was that there was this mutual respect after where I was like, and he's like, oh, fucking got you, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, you know what, dude? You fucking got me. Like, that's facts. You actually closed out. You closed out. That's good on you, man. Like, I'm not going to, like, be salty about it, be petty about it. It's like, shit. Like, no, you actually won that shit. Fuck. Like, if I would have popped up on you, too. So I get it. Like, that's all that. That's all love, baby. That's all it is. Because you now build this respect for each other because you actually showed up. That's the facts of the matter. If you don't fucking show up, shut your bitch ass up. There you go.
Like,
That's
you didn't even, like, I made the fight. I set it up, and your ass didn't even come. Right.
Didn't even come.
Right.
And I said, pick your event, bitch. And they picked the event. They still didn't show.
Man, they knew they were gonna get that ass beat. Like, they were, man, they just all fucking talk. Ain't no action. I fuck with it. Me, I kind of just like, nobody really says anything, you know, like, or I don't hear it. And I always think about, money's too damn hard to come by. So I'm like, I say, my gambling is when I put money down to enter a tournament. And I'm like, I'm a cheap ass girl. I'm a cheap ass. But I mean, money matches are really cool. Would I like to do them sometime? Yeah. But I think that's just, for me, I'm like, I mean, I probably have some spending money. That's like the casino. I would like to. Seems fun.
I mean, gambling's a challenge Alicia in Soul Calibur 2. You lose, you gotta tell post ritual. Yo, do you know what? Fuck it, dude. Bet. You want a Soul Calibur 2 money match?
See, this is.
What do I get if I win, though? You're gonna put a Donatello poster in the background. What the fuck do I get if you? What do I get if I win?
A full size Dante Devil May Cry 3 figurine, life size. So.
Yo, that'd be sick. You'll probably call. I'm gonna hold you to that, bitch. If you want. Oh, yo, facts though.
I just said it. There you guys see the post. I love 3 as well. I'm a 1 fan.
3's
and I love 3 as well. You might have to walk me through some things if I play that game again, because I finished it, but like.
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard. It's harder. But...
on hard mode, the community is kind of they don't really let people play without them backseating.
Oh my god,
right?
Streaming that game is insane, dude.
Really
like I tried to get my friend to play it one time on stream, and when she was trying it out, people were just like constantly on her ass, and I'm like, dude, like she's never played Devil May Cry. I introduced her to 3 as the first one because she was my favorite, right? And then she was like, I don't even like. She's like, I'm not used to these camera angles. I'm trying my best here. Can you guys like chill out? Exactly. Like she's just not used to the fighting mechanic. Let her be. Like, oh, you can combo this with this. Like, yeah, we fucking know there's combos. She's just trying to learn how to fucking move. Like, let the bitch live.
And that's what they were. It was so annoying. I literally had to start like, I was about to like start roasting people, and then like they had to like kick like 1 or 2 people because people were just really annoying. Like when it comes to that kind of stuff. Sometimes. Money match me in Europe? No, I don't think I've been going there for a hot second. We traveling domestically. Domestically.
$11 plane ticket with Frontline.
Yeah, see, your girl can barely. I can't even get out of the country. I can barely get out of the country. But yeah, no, like, girl, that game, like, it's almost like you cannot. It's almost like you cannot stream Devil May Cry stuff because they're annoying. The tryhardy for like streamers against streamers who like literally have never played it, and I'm like, you guys are already trying to try hard on backseat gaming when I've never played it, and it says in the title, no backseat game. So I finished the fight off stream. I finished the brother fight off stream. I couldn't do it.
I mean, that's the thing is like they wildin' out there, and it sucks. That also happened to me in the speedrun community when I used to speedrun Super Monkey Ball.
Yeah,
and like it high key discouraged me at one point, right? Because like what I like to do is I don't like to do just frame finishes, so I do everything without just frames, and because like the only change it makes in the run is literally 45 seconds off the run is what the just frames do in the run, right? So I'm like, yeah, I don't like doing the just frame version of the run. I like doing just like the authentic version because this is fun to me, right? And so many people got on my ass for not doing the just frames in Super Monkey Ball 2, and I'm like, let a bitch live.
Right, like, record the shit on your own channel then and show people that shit. Don't fucking come into somebody else's shit who obviously doesn't want to do just frame shit. Let them do their shit.
Yeah.
Like, you record your own shit.
Some of them are so amazing. Some of them are like, were giving me advice. Some of them like, hey, actually this pathing is a little bit better than the one that you're choosing right now. Like, I was cool with them like helping me clean up and like show me examples. That was cool. But if you're like flat out just being like, you should do the just frame version, and I'm like, no, I don't feel like doing it. They're like, not a real run then. Like,
excuse me?
What?
Oh, that uppity shit. Is that uppity shit?
Like, are you? I'm sorry. How dare I enjoy myself? I'm sorry. Like, my mistake for being on my stream and enjoying my time. You know what? I deeply apologize. I am the worst.
Like, they making you feel like you did something. This is why. If you really want to be try hard on your shit, stream it on your own shit. And if somebody didn't ask for your help, fucking don't give it. That's why you ask, hey, can I give a suggestion? They're like, it depends on what it is. That's how you do that. That's how you do that.
Probably cause you know me, I'm a sellout for money. So you know I'm a sellout. You know, just the price is what matters. Yeah. So is it gonna be one stream that the poster's up for? Is it gonna be like up for like a month? You gotta give me the time frame here because I can make the price for you, my dude.
I didn't play 4 off stream. I just finished the boss for 3 off stream because I was like, I can't deal with this. Like, I'm like, everybody's kind of being annoying. And I'm like, I just want to play the game. Because, like, I can play all that stuff without people getting on my ass. But, yeah, no. I mean, it was like, 3 was chill. I like the rivalry there, and the reason why. But there's still this love there, but there's also that hatred because, if I recall correctly, the mom saved Dante or something, and then Virgil, like, got pretty much sacrificed. Not sacrificed, but something happened. Like, she chose which one to, because she felt like Virgil could handle it or something like that. But
Rich plug your ears. He's trying to play this game. Rich plug your ears.
Oh, okay. Good soundtrack. Okay.
Good ass soundtrack.
Oh yeah, 10-15 minutes. Oh, oops. Well, yes, that is. We could take one last question.
One last question? Yeah.
Yeah, I was playing Shadow, but that's not the question. One last question, and one last question, and then I gotta eat before I pass out. Are y'all climbing the walls of society? Is getting closer and closer for something real? Huh? I'm confused. What does that mean again? Wait, does that mean, like, are we ready to go outside?
What?
Probable said, are y'all climbing the walls of society is getting closer and closer to forcing the reopening of cities?
You know what's gonna happen when they reopen cities? The outbreak's gonna get way larger, and then they're gonna close everything off again.
Yep.
And that's all that's gonna happen. So, it fucking sucks, and I'm super against it. But you know what? That's the reality of the situation. And though I hate it, it's the only thing that's gonna smarten people up.
Yeah.
So
more people
shit more seriously.
Sick.
Yeah. They already opened the beaches in Florida, so.
Bad idea. They really shouldn't have done that. But I mean, yeah, like you said, it's the only way people are gonna get smarter. They actually get hit by it, which is crazy. That's insane.
That's facts.
All right, night, y'all. Who would you like to host, sweetheart?
I'm gonna go stream in a second. So, what do you mean?
I got you. Let's go. All right, chat. We're gonna wait here for Baby Boo.
Cool. I'm gonna go dip out of the call so I can go set up. I'll be live in like 5 minutes.
All right.
Cool. Stalling. Cool.
Wait,
later, guys. See you soon.
All right. Thank you. Oh, damn.
Thank you, and I love you.
Oh, I love you. I'm like, damn, she loved me.
I love you.
I love you, baby. I love you.
Okay, goodbye.
Well, hey, it's funny because we get a gif of her too. We still get the gif even though she's gone. Well, now we don't get the gif anymore because she's. Yay! FGC woke episode 5. It was good. It was really good. Episode 5 was banging. Thanks everyone. We really appreciate it. We're gonna be hosting Baby Girl soon. Just waiting. Thanks, Joe. I'm just waiting for her now because, like, yeah. So the topics were, we talked about the riots. We talked about the female league, Street Fighter. We also talked about wait, the riots, and online being the new offline. Yes, that's what we talked about. We talked about all that. Thank you so much. I'm not doing the first to 10 option anymore. I'm doing, you can make my costume. It's too much right now for me to do all that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I removed it. Oh, what? I already have so much going on. I just don't have the time to do all that. It's just so much. Hi, Beastie. Bro, what was I thinking? Oh my god. Joe. Beastie, I think you'll like it. It's just, look, it's because I'm one person. I can't do all that. It's too much. It's too much. Let's see. Hopefully she's set up, I think. Let's see. She's not ready yet. Okay. Really appreciate you all. Thank you so much. I gotta hire someone that's me paying money to do it. That's a lot. That's a lot. I don't wanna. The flower power 5 times. Oh, it's no problem, Rabbi. It's no problem. Thank you all for tuning in. Like, it was playing in the flower power. Y'all suck. Ugh. My job is hard, and I get tired. Oh yeah, flower power is me making funny noises based on the sounds that you want me to do, like a duck quacking or some shit. Oh, I know y'all still want that Jenna Please one. Damn. Oh, ain't no problem, Scarwork. Hope you've been well. Y'all were awesome, like legit. Like, I really appreciate y'all. It was mad fun. Like, I can't thank y'all enough. Jenna, please, how many channel points? I don't know. Y'all can talk about it in the chat. Y'all can talk about it in the chat. Yo, you about to give me the funniest looking custom shit. 5K? Oh my god, that's barely anything. 5K for Jenna, please? I gotta make my stuff harder to obtain because y'all be wearing me out. Oh, so it'll be on Twitch, though. It's uploaded. So that's the good part. Marduk gets 50K. I do points for a reason. I like it. It's incentive. It's incentive for people to watch and hang out, and it gives them like a thank you for. There she is. All right, y'all. I do upload them to YouTube, but I kind of do them like one behind the other. So like 4 is gonna be uploaded now, and then I'll probably upload like 5, maybe in the next two weeks. I kind of want to let them simmer. How many points is Lily? Ah, shit. If I play her again, it's gonna be hell. All right. I got you. I'm gonna put... and her cam is on. Y'all have a great night. Thanks again, guys, for all support. Thank you. Good night.